Cek 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 cek. Halo guys. Selamat datang di channel gue Fikri Game. Kali ini kita main lagi KCD 2 part 15. Nah, langsung aja di sini ya. Walaupun kemarin sabar. Enggak ini dong, gue kan udah naruh barang. Harusnya nggak di sini nih. Gue udah naruh barang. Bajir lah. Ya gue udah naruh barang kan. Jangan ngulang lagi di sini.
I want to go and see Rosa when I'm in.
Ini ya, Rosa Book ya, kalau nggak salah ya. Bajir, kok di sini? King's Gambit ya kalau nggak salah ya. Nah ya ini bener ya. Di King's Gambit kan. Soalnya gua ngulang lagi di sini nih. Dari sini terus gua ngulang lagi ke sini. Nah, gua nggak salah nge-save buat percakapan, tapi udahlah nggak apa-apa. Burger Shush. Kenapa cepet banget hancur dah itu? Balikin buku dulu ya, balikin buku dulu.
Go! Go!
Taruh.
Go! Whoa!
Right there.
Hey, where's that beer?
I'll have a beer.
Greetings.
My humble respects.
Kuda lu mana, Jesek? Alah, nggak ada anjing kudanya si
It
Jesek.
happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Malah nggak ada anjing. Padahal tuh kuda terbaik anjing.
And don't scrub it too hard.
Udah nggak ada. Nggak nemu gua. Pergi kemana ada dia?
Go!
Ka!
God! God! Quick! God! Quick! Quick!
Whoa, whoa.
God! God! Quick!
Easy. Easy.
We need to talk.
Nice.
And slow.
Whoa.
By the way, like you were saying about that book,
My favourite book.
as I wandered through the fortress, I stumbled upon, and there it lay. Red leather, gold inlay, just as you said.
You really found it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, did you have any time to leaf through it and see what it's about?
I read a bit of it.
What did you think?
Well, the author doesn't spare anyone. I wonder if he holds anything at all sacred.
Sure he does. Courage, honour, loyalty. But others have already written enough about those. A writer is interested in what lies beneath the gilded veneer of orderliness and piety, because it's much more interesting.
Hold on. Who wrote this then?
I did. Look, you've never thought about writing something.
Me? And what would I write?
How should I know? Poetry, a novel, a treatise, or a whole book?
That's a tempting notion. Who knows? In another life, I might have become a writer.
Wouldn't you want to at least give it a try?
I suppose I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
There are still a few blank pages left, so we could finish writing it together. You and me. What do you think?
That sounds great.
We'll have plenty of light and privacy in my chambers. Will you escort me?
My pleasure.
How should I start?
You haven't thought of anything yet?
Now, I have many ideas, but we must contribute in equal part.
Both? Well, fine. And what should I do?
Just tell me what you'd like to read about. A tale of a man or a woman? I'll take careful notes of everything.
A woman
There are
lah.
heaps of stories about men. So I propose one about a woman.
All right, a woman then. But I'd need to know more about her.
Such as...
Tell me one trait that is important for you. What would impress you in a girl?
I think above all that she should be clever.
And isn't that rather detrimental for a girl?
Only fools say
Only
that.
fools say that. Jilted half-wits who met girls smarter than themselves.
You'd be surprised. My father is no fool, but at times he wishes I were more of a goose. Or better yet, that I would change overnight into a sun. But if the lady in our story is clever, should she employ her wits for good or evil?
Good intent.
I'm for good intentions. If we come up with an interesting woman, it would be a shame to write her as evil.
I agree. Too bad it's only on paper. I'd like to meet our lady in the flesh. Well, just about finished.
Well, let's have a look.
Not yet. Something's missing.
What?
A picture. I don't trust myself with proper illumination, but I think I can handle a sketch, especially if you'll be my model.
What? And what on earth do I have to do?
Imagine a beautiful lady is standing before you and you are courting her. What would you do?
I'd rather keep what I do to myself. But how about something like this?
Well, now we're done.
Finally. I'm sore all over.
Your suffering is over. Come take a look at what we've done. Your reward. So what about that story of ours? Tell me your impressions.
Too bad there aren't more books like this. If there were, I might end up turning into a scholar.
Really? I'll take that as the highest possible compliment. And what about the sketch? For such a slapdash job, it's not bad, right?
Oh, it's pretty, really. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
I know I'm no master illuminator, but otherwise, I think we can be quite satisfied. And thank you for the help. I really enjoyed it.
Well, so did I. And for that matter, you're an interesting girl, and I'd like to get to know you a little better.
No beating around the bush. How about that? Please do stop by sometime. I wager it will be enlightening for both of us. Perhaps I can show you my collection of hunting trophies.
You said you could teach me something.
If you ask nicely, I'll share some of my hard-earned wisdom with you.
Very well then, Lady Know-It-All. Let's say then I come on bended knee. What scholarship can you pass on to me?
That depends on what you're interested in. There's a whole world hidden inside of books I could talk to you about for days on end. Or if you prefer actions instead of words, I can show you a few shooting tricks. But I warn you in advance that it will not come free. After all, there's nothing so.
Maybe another...
Marksmanship ya.
Could you...
Why not? But I will so.
I'd like you shoot...
I prefer...
Will you teach...
Did you hear who died?
Ha! I thought it was old Bart, but then I heard him coughing his lungs up in the yard again today.
Not a chance. That old
Easy. Good horse.
We've got enough for everyone!
What's going on? Well, never mind. I thought something.
Glad to see you again.
You have the gall to show me your face again? I'll call the guards.
Hold your horses. I'll come in peace. Actually, I have a little offer for you.
You've come to blackmail me again?
Call it what you like. I need to get into the City Council Assembly. And I reckon you can help me.
The assembly? The one King Sigismund is supposed to attend in person?
Surely you wouldn't deny me a chance to meet the king?
Don't try that on me. This is connected with Ruthard, isn't it? And tell the truth.
Well, I just want to climb the social ladder a bit. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
And could you not choose a different occasion for that?
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to keep your position and your head on your shoulders, you better shape up.
All right, all right. Maybe we can make a deal. If I get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, or especially me. And that will be the end of our business together.
And how about a few groschen to seal our fruitful relationship?
You're worse than a horse dealer. Have it your way, then. You can get into the council assembly relatively easily. My cook's son will be serving there. He's roughly around your age. Maybe he can be persuaded to let you stand in for him. Although, not everyone would want to give up an opportunity to serve the King of Hungary.
Who's this boy?
Franta's his name. Franta Cooldown. He's an idler and a boozer, but he's proved his worth as a waiter. Which reminds me, you'll need his letter of permission to serve in the council. Otherwise, you won't be let inside.
What will I need to work as a waiter there?
Fast feet and good manners. And the livery of a royal waiter.
Excuse me?
Do you think you can serve the king in a torn shirt and muddy hose?
Well, no. But I never heard about any livery before.
Our usual waiter had a brand new livery made specially for meeting the king. Don't even show up there without it.
Where can I find the cook's boy?
He's supposed to pick up his new clothes at the market today from Master Tailor Schneider. You'll almost certainly run into him there. That is, if he's up and about after his boozing bout. I swear that fellow practically lives at that Tin Hen.
At the what?
That German alehouse, the Iron Eagle. That is Zum Eisernen Adler.
What would work on him? How can I persuade him to give me his job?
Would you like me to give you a letter for him? I told you how to get to the assembly. Now do your part.
I'll be going then. See you at the council.
Just make sure we both come out of it alive.
Glad to see you again.
You
Hold you. Actually,
You've the assembly.
Sigismund's just a usurper. Wenceslas is the only true Bohemian king.
Singing Ruthard's song, eh? I might have known. Speak then. What do you want? And tell the truth.
I want to know what Sigismund tells the council. I hear it'll be important.
You want to spy? Do you know what you're risking? And what I'd be risking? Forget it.
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to...
All right, all right. If I get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, and that will be the end of our...
And how about a few groschen?
Your word. You can get into the council assembly relatively easily.
Who?
Front. Which other one?
What will I...
Fast. What do you...
Well,
are you...
Work...
Is that is...
At the...
That jerk...
What would...
Would you...
I'll be going...
Just...
Oh, sama aja ya.
Glad to...
You...
Hold... Actually...
You... Yes... Don't... And... Well, and
Have you...
all... If I... And that will...
Now...
You can guess all... Front. Which other one?
What will...
Far... What do you...
Well...
Are you...
Work...
Is that it?
At the...
That...
What
Would you...
I'll be...
Just...
Come, it's open.
Easy. Easy. Nice and slow.
Come on, then! You're in for an ass kicking, you.
A fine day for some fine wares. Come and take your pick.
The best wares on the market.
A wonderful.
The finest ware. Ceramic quality goods. Sound as a
Shopping
bell.
here,
I
and you're in the
apologise.
clear. God bless you, sir.
I'll tell you, you won't get work like that just anywhere.
No more than I'd expect. After the amount they cost.
Greetings. I'd like...
Surely you can wait a while. Here you are. The finest fabric. Intricate work. You won't find the likes...
No more than I'd expect after the amount they cost. Thanks. Oh, and you impatient fella, what was it you wanted?
You must be Franta Cooldown.
I am.
I'm Henry. I heard you're...
I am. What's it to you?
But the thing is, that job is just my thing. And a fella could easily disgrace himself in front of the king.
Look here. It's not like I'm all that keen on it, but it's well paid. Apart from that, it's a bit of a pain. Them councillors stuffing their faces and guzzling wine, while I run around like a bugger with pitchers so they don't run dry. Why would you want to stick your nose in there?
I want to see the king in the flesh.
Why's that?
I heard a lot about him. How he won lots of battles, how he's courageous, just...
And as bad-tempered as the devil. He's got the councillors shitting themselves, fearing what's coming at this assembly. The more I think about it, the happier I am about not having to be there. To begin with, you'll need confirmation that you've worked as a waiter at the council and you're capable of serving even His Majesty. Look here. Do you have any idea what's expected of you? Can you tell different wines apart and that?
Of course. Who do you take me for?
All right, no need to get upset. Show the confirmation to the head butler. Tell him I sent you and think up some good excuse, clear?
That makes sense.
And you'll need a waiter's livery. I had a brand new one made. Here it is. I look like a prick in it. Hopefully it'll sit better on you. The main thing is, don't lose it before the assembly or get it covered in shit.
Thanks. I won't disgrace you, I promise.
You better not.
Linen canvas. The softest linen canvas.
And you're in the clear. Leatherware. Quality scrap.
He got drunk and fell on it. Wow. Still lying there this morning. Come and take your pick. You wear.
Franta Cooldown sent me. I'm to stand in for him at the council assembly.
Franta's not coming? What's wrong with him?
He crippled his leg. He can't even stand up. Never mind serve guests.
Is it serious? That's all we need. Having to find a new waiter.
No, it won't come to that. It just looks like a twisted ankle. A few days, and he'll be right as rain.
All right. Well, I suppose we'll just have to manage with you for today. We can't be without a waiter here, when the king himself will need waiting on. So, let's have a look at you. Have you got Franta's certificate?
Sure. Here it is.
Everything's in order. Now, about your livery. You know a good waiter by his properly seated cap, and you don't have one at all. Without a tunic, you're no royal waiter, just a common alehouse boy. And have you forgotten your hose? I can't let you into the chamber without them. You can put your steel aside in front of the council chamber, along with your other stuff. You won't be needing it anyway. You don't want to be dragging a load if you're running around tables. The royal waiter's livery has strict rules. So get changed quick and come back on time.
Here I am.
Let's have a look at. You've got a waiter, a tunic. It's a good thing you've got no steel on you. You need to be light on your feet to run around tables. Everything as it should be. Do you know what your duties are? For an inexperienced greenhorn like you, it'll be a great.
Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't.
I should certainly hope. Now listen. A good waiter should stand in a corner, look willing and ready, and not get in any. In short, behave as if you're not. But when one of the gentlemen calls for wine, you run and pour it for him. You'll find the pitchers on a table by the door to the chapel. You take one and go to their table and pour for them. White Tokaib or red monastery wine.
White or red by the door to the chapel. Got it.
But for Councillor Adam of Zarjitz, you must not pour at all. When he drinks, he disrupts and makes trouble. So the assembly has to be interrupted, or otherwise it never reaches an end. We can't allow that to happen in the presence of the king.
All right. Sir Adam of Zarjit stays dry.
And if the king himself wants wine, you pour for him with lowered eyes. Don't look at him. And the most important thing?
To stay in the background and keep quiet until someone asks me something.
Correct. The councillors have a lot to discuss, and they certainly don't need any interruptions. And in general, a good waiter has to be invisible, blind, and deaf.
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
Well, yes, but only to what anyone wants from you. No excuses, and provide everything that anyone wants from you. Understood?
What if I make a mess of something, though?
Then I'll see to it that you won't get a job even mopping the floor in the hole in the wall. But I'm sure that's not going to happen. So, are you prepared?
Can you tell me once more?
Are you soft in the head? You stand in a corner, keep your mouth shut, and when someone orders wine, you go and serve them. Don't pour for Adam of Zarjitz, because he can't hold his booze. Red monastery wine, white Tokai by the door to the chapel. Got it?
I know everything I need to. I can do it.
Excellent. Put away your things here. It's easier to serve with a lighter load. You can wait in the cubbyhole for the servants.
Anjing, jadi barista kita, Cok.
There are the pictures of wine.
Current Waffenarsenal
Hopefully
is a
I won't
joke.
splash
And
anyone's
on top
shoes.
of that, the army was requisitioning from it. Should the town reserve have worse weapons than any Räuber in the domain?
What are you getting at?
I apologize, sir.
I'm saying
Which
that the
one?
bandits
White
who freed
Tokai.
Hennig, the Dry Devil, used that thing. That Hackenbücher.
Apa tadi dia mau apa, anjing? Goblok, gua nggak baca. Ulang. Which one do you want, sir? I apologize, sir. Which one? White Tokaji.
Hand cannon. Can you believe it? Where did they get them?
White
You're the
itu.
one who should know where they got them, since you're a gunsmith.
What are you implying, Friedrich? All I'm saying is
Boy,
that they had
are you
them,
deaf,
Herrgott.
Why?
It is eine
White.
Schande when outlaws have better
Thank you,
weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König surely knows this too.
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
What I smell is that your stubborn heads do not realize what Schwierigkeiten this is. The dry devil is running.
Tadi siapa sih yang nggak boleh dikasih? Yang nggak boleh dikasih di ini? Adam Orzarzit.
There are Raubritter everywhere in the
Anjing, nggak pertama aja udah gagal.
Whore for Adam of Zarzhitz because he can't hold his booze. Red monastery wine.
Goblok, awal aja udah gagal gue nih. Pokoknya jangan Adam Orzarzit, jangan dikasih minum. Tolol anjing. Gue malah ngasih minum langsung anjing.
The city reserves are in
There are the
urgent
pictures
need
of wine.
new weapons.
Hopefully I won't splash anyone's shoes.
Waffenarsenal is a joke, and on top of that, the army was requisitioning from it. Should
You
the
there,
town reserve
lad,
have worse
a cup of
weapons
red,
than any
and
Räuber
don't
in the
skip on
domain?
me.
What
I
are
apologize,
you getting
sir.
at, Eldris?
Which wine?
I'm saying that the bandits who freed Hinnig, the Dry Devil, used that thing. That Hackenbücher.
White Takai. He by the door to the chapel. Got it? And you sit in a corner, keep your mouth shut, and when someone orders wine, you go and serve them. Don't whore for Adam.
Cannon. Can you believe it? Where did they get them?
Andrew
You're the one
Polner.
who should know where they got them, since you're a gunsmith.
What are you implying, Friedrich?
Come now,
All I'm
waiter.
saying
I
is
wanted
that they
red.
had them.
Red.
Herrgott. It is eine Schande when outlaws have better weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König surely knows this too.
Sir?
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
Thank you, waiter.
What I smell is that your stubborn heads do not realize
Excuse me?
what Schwierigkeiten this is. The Dry Devil is running free. There are Raubritter everywhere in the region. We have the army bearing down, and you want
Adam Orzarzit di mana dah?
yourselves with a few rusty helpers.
I fancy some
who is it you
Tokai.
want to fight?
Refill,
Exactly.
boy.
The merciful King Sigismund is providing us with
I'm
protection.
sorry, sir.
Isn't he?
Orders from above.
This is
unbelievable.
Will not be here forever.
Shut up! I'm sorry. The king can arrive at any moment. What if he heard you?
What then? We're sitting atop the
Francis, some
biggest
Tokai.
silver
Refill,
heap
boy.
in the kingdom, and
I
we're
apologize,
supposed
sir.
to defend it with
Which
brooms?
Are you colorblind? Right.
Where can we get the coin for better equipment?
We can always confiscate the property of the king's enemies, nicht wahr?
We are more than
Sir?
familiar with the jämmerlich state of our armory. And
Well,
the king is surely aware of it as well. Maybe if he waived some of the taxes.
The king fears that this town will rise against him. He'll take the arming of the city's militia as a preparation for war.
So you suggest we just wait with arms crossed for the Raubritter to wreak havoc all around?
We can always ask the king to
Apa
bring
anjing
order to the
lihat-lihat
realm
bangsat.
with his
Pengen gua
army.
tonjok.
But then the Dörf... Rise up.
I'm afraid I see no solution of the current situation. We shall wait and see what His Majesty thinks about the matter. Maybe we can change his mind. Vielleicht.
I'd like to report to the Honorable Council on the cleanliness of the city and the state of the public baths.
You mean baths or brothels?
Isn't it
I
the
fancy
same
some
thing?
Tokai. Refill, boy.
I'd like to
So
oblige.
the
but
cleanliness of
not
the
enough.
city is
This is
not
unbelievable.
what it should be. The current baths in the city fall far short of covering all the citizens' needs.
You're right. We do have the new baths. Is everything all right?
No.
And Adam's old ones.
There's nothing you
But
can
I
do
hear
about
the
it.
Hopbrink
Come
baths
closer.
are more of a pigsty.
They still are a bit, but the quality went downhill at that.
I need something from you. There is an item in my study that I confiscated from a female thief. She thought she could wriggle out of it by telling me who the item belongs to.
And what is it?
A silver goblet. She sneaked into Sir Ulrich's house and stole it. No one's noticed the theft yet. But if Ulrich finds out, he'll turn the city upside down to find the culprit. Go and get it. And don't you make a mess there, understand?
Where can I find this goblet?
Use your eyes and come right back with it, understood?
Should not be underestimated.
Nor overestimated. If someone needs to wash, there's a river just a few steps from the city walls.
Certainly. And they can get leeches there for free as well. And while he's there, a man can shave and take a... you know what.
Nice.
So what? Going to the
Whose
baths
silver
is
might
neither a
this be?
civic duty nor a right.
Have you forgotten the Black Death? A great many people died.
So, did you find it?
I did, Master Bailiff. Here it is.
Not so loud. Show it here. That's it. Okay, now go back to your job.
But we don't have money to spend. Arguing about who is going to wash where and how is a waste of time.
Aduh anjing, gak worth it anjing.
I got word that Ruttard has pulled off another deed.
I fancy some Tokai.
That
Refill,
old
boy.
weasel will never
I
accept that
apologize,
the
sir.
city isn't run
Which
his
one?
way.
Tokai.
At least until
White.
His Majesty honors us with his visit. And as we know, Gunslin absolutely hates him.
He can hate all he wants, as long as he does no damage.
Sir?
Ulrich, what have you got to say about it?
Me?
Haven't we met?
I'm
Your
not
face
sure
is
what you're
familiar.
implying.
I'm speaking about the Ruttard incident. You were there,
I
weren't
came to you
you?
once looking for a keg of powder.
Just a small
See now.
misunderstanding.
And
We
did you
sorted
get it in
out
the
and
end?
Everything's settled.
It took a while,
My
but I
ears
did.
must be
I
deceiving
hope you
me.
didn't get up to
Are
any
you
wrongdoing
defending
with it.
Ruttard?
That amount of
Besides,
powder
if
is
his men
damn
attack
dangerous.
yours, as I've heard, then we have a good reason to punish him.
What happened there? Leave nothing out.
I don't like Ruttard, true, but in this case it really was nothing.
Everyone in the city gossiped about it. I
Okay,
heard there were several
and a full
dead.
cup. Did you? That's
I apologize,
grossly
sir.
exaggerated.
Which wine?
I don't think
Tokai.
Ruttard will cause any trouble. He is sensible enough not to draw attention to himself while the king is here.
That's true. Because if we don't do
Sir?
something about him, the king himself will put an end to him, and soon.
Thank you, waiter.
Unless he puts an end to us first. God knows what he wants to tell us.
If nothing happens, there's no point in dwelling on it. Let's move on.
I'm sorry, Andreas, but
Hey,
I wouldn't
waiter.
brush it off so quickly.
Pour me some monastery
Why do I
wine.
have the feeling you're
I
not telling us the
apologize,
whole
sir.
truth, Ulrich?
Which wine?
Are you
Monastery
accusing
red.
me of lying?
Those are strong words, my friend. Nobody said anything like that, did they?
Then why doesn't he tell us what really
Sir?
happened?
I'm not keeping anything from you. But
Well,
there's little truth to the rumors circulating around the town. Yes, Ruttard and I had a little disagreement.
Anjing gak bisa save anjing.
I didn't want to expose the girl to any unpleasant sights.
So Ruttard is hiding behind his own daughter's skirts.
As if it wasn't enough that he sent his son to die defending the city.
All right. If we really don't have anything new to say, let's turn the page.
Things have got out of order in the town. Some
Anjing, liatin mulu lo,
adventurers
bangsat.
decided to take the law into their own hands and restore the tradition of justice. It's not only barbaric, but also illegal. I could understand it with mercenaries, students, and other scum of all kinds, but city councillors...
Hey, boy! A
Be
full cup of
specific,
monastery
Suka.
wine!
Are you blaming one of us?
Ah,
I apologize,
look
sir.
who spoke first.
Which wine?
Red!
First of all,
And quickly!
It wasn't a duel. It was supposed to be an honorable combat,
Good, sir.
and I didn't even take part in it.
And that's the only reason you're
Don't hang
still here
around
on the
me.
council
Vanish,
and not
you hear
in the
me?
pillory.
If you want to blame somebody, You should point
What's
the
wrong?
finger at the youngster here.
You
who's-
afraid everything will come out?
I've no idea
mind.
what you're talking about.
I
Keep
suspect
to our agreement.
the gentleman
Go!
from the city's sword fighting
We'll see
school
about
brought
that.
this custom to us. It's now run by the German Menhard. Who knows who that fellow is?
Don't be ridiculous, Forsucker.
Everything in order?
You act like
Not
you've
quite.
never been in a fight.
But I think you might be able to help me. Come here!
Swordsmaster.
What can I help you with, sir?
I left my gloves in the chapel. I took them off to pray, but then I rushed here and forgot to take them. I can't just get up and walk out now. But if you disappear for a little while...
All right. I'll get them.
I knew I could count on you. While you're at it, count how many figures on the mural have wings.
But why?
Because I'm bored. And because I told you. Get on with it.
What if they have one more reason?
My words exactly. The town council is squabbling constantly.
That was
at the
easy
Emperor's
enough.
Guard,
And he wanted me
and
to
no
count
one
the
is left
winged
unscathed.
figures.
And you, a councillor, let people throw dirt on our work?
If I threw out everyone who complains over a beer, I'd soon be out of customers.
Ah, to hell with it. We'll never get anywhere like this. Why waste our time?
Apa bego? The King's Gambit. Berapa anjing? Gue nggak mau ngitung anjing, lihat aja di YouTube. Anjing ngulangnya jauh, Cok. Ini bukan easy, bukan medium anjing. Bukan normal mode. Anjing. Wings. There are 24. 24.
So, let's see what you've got for me.
I found your gloves, sir.
Really? Let's see them. And did you count those winged figures?
I counted 24, sir.
And you counted correct. Good. Here you are, so you can have a bit of fun in the evening too, eh?
There's the eternal dispute over the cathedrals. The building of the church is dragging on, and in the meantime, they are calling
Anjing satu.
those season pilgrimages to settlers, right under our noses. It's just a village with a
Pelit anjing,
monastery, and they are going to Mokarol mining city. Why can't we build faster? Hire more craftsmen, start
I'll have a
with night
cup
shifts.
of white.
Haven't you noticed there's a
big
war
one.
going on? Are the experts from far off supposed to work in a city under siege?
Besides, I get the feeling there's something
Sir?
other than the welfare of the city behind your complaints.
Oh, you do?
You,
Do
lad. You look
And what
familiar
would that be?
Like,
Have we
for
met?
instance,
Well,
that
naturally.
you'd like to have
I go to your
daughter
tavern almost
there.
every day.
So what if
Really?
I would?
Hold your horses,
Then you
gentlemen.
must have decent wages
That
to be
space
able
in
to
the
visit the
side
best
nave is
tavern
mine.
in town
The hell
regularly.
freezes over, my friend. Your place is at least 2 steps behind mine.
A swordsmith dares to insult me? Ha! I think not.
Excuse me? You wanted to buy yourself an altar in the cathedral, just like you bought yourself a seat in this council.
How
Waiter,
dare you?
Pour me
I
red wine.
acquired my seat for the services our guild provided and still provides to the crown.
Well, I hope you're not supplying equipment to the army. If that's all they have, they would be defeated by that bunch
It's
of
you?
ne'er-do-wells from the
I
alehouse
see you've
Robbery.
come up in the world.
Ne'er
From a
do
bathhouse
wells.
boy to a
Those
waiter.
wrestlers of theirs, of
You'll
course.
go a long way.
People from the whole town go to watch them brawl.
Oh, this is news to me.
Because
Anjing
it has
nggak kejawab.
all been sorted out.
Anjing.
Not long ago, the guards raided and threw them all out.
Ah, yes, I had forgotten. What do we have to
Anjing
discuss
lah nggak
next?
kejawab.
I'm telling you, something is being planned.
Oh, I doubt it. No one's gonna tackle Rootard.
Anjay, Sigismund anjing. King Sigismund. Mark Part 1 Aulets. Anjing, kita di tengah-tengah gitu, Cok. Matanya harus tutup. Matanya harus ke bawah.
You have nothing to fear. Not you.
Like this plan of fights!
Anjing, at that time at Rabos Fortress. Father Godwin anjing. Kok ke acara bawa pedang anjing?
Come now, father. Put a little
Oh,
life
boleh.
into your dying. Seen more cheerful priests at funerals.
I'd rather be at one than here. I hoped I'd never see this fortress again in my life.
Unpleasant memories?
You have no idea. I didn't part ways with my father on entirely good terms. 20 years ago.
And now you're 2 decades older and wiser. At your Ujit's parish, you spread the word of God to your flock, and you saved my neck and Henry's too. I'd say your father should be proud of you.
None of that matters a damn to him.
Who knows? Maybe that 20 years has changed a thing or two.
You know what? Let's drop the subject. Do you know any of the guests here?
Most of them I'm seeing for the first time in my life. It's a pretty varied company. We've had bandits, nobles, burghers, a priest, and even a rabbi coming together here. It's like the start of some joke.
Wait a moment. Rabbi, you say? The Kuttenberg rabbi?
Yeah. He came with a retinue. But for now, they're keeping mostly to themselves. Maybe you should go and welcome some of them. After all, this used to be your home. And you're a spiritual man too, so you should have something in common.
I wouldn't be too sure. But I suppose I can try. Who's that French fellow you brought here from Malashov?
The great Baron Brabant. Been everywhere, knows everything, and has the keys to half the kingdom. He's got more fairy tales than my old nanny.
Can he be trusted?
He's a blabbermouth, but a harmless one. Besides, he defended Kuttenberg, and you know how that went. If he were on Sigismund's side, he'd hardly have been locked up with me.
How does it feel to breathe free air again?
What can I say? You can never truly appreciate freedom until someone locks you up for a while.
Or until you become a priest.
No fear of that in my case. I intend to enjoy life to the full. Wine, women, and song.
What do you plan to do now you're a free man again?
What do you think? Get drunk, woo one of the local wenches, and wake up in the morning with no hose and a head like a church bell.
Have you perchance forgotten we're supposed to be deciding the future of the kingdom here?
I'll leave that to the older and wiser. And duller.
Dear me. I'd rather creep off into some corner with a full wineskin. But I suppose I'll have to introduce myself to the rest of the guests, eh?
Indeed you should. After all, you are one of the lords of Rabosh.
Oh, don't start with that. I'd like to steer clear of the old man as long as I can.
In that case, you should sound out Radzig and Hanush and find out what they're actually planning.
I'm glad.
Let's do it!
Ini di mana anjing? Tempat tidur ada 3 anjing, kayak orang idiot.
Good day. God be with you. What are you doing, you whistle?
Woi, Bibiana lebih keren dari punya Pebble anjing. Oh ini emang kuda kita anjing. Kuda kita ini cok, Bibiana namanya anjing. Tuh, Bibiana. Bibiana lagi si anjing. Bukan deng, bukan kuda kita. Nah ini kok nggak bisa anjing, kabalus. Henry anjing. Ini ngeselin.
Everything will work out. So although it's all about getting rid of Sigismund, what they all want mostly is to line their pockets.
Good day to you.
And with you,
To be expected. They want rid of them, but not at the cost of their heads or their property. Not to worry.
Oh terpaksa aku mencintai dirimu hanya untuk satu palsu setengah hati. Mid Brabant dulu deh. Oh terpaksa aku si anjing.
You should. After all, you are one of the lords of Rabosh. With that in out. To you.
Rabbi isn't the main hall.
Siopsen.
I want to present this evidence to the council as a way of deflecting
That
any
depends.
suspicion.
Such rare guests. One wouldn't expect to find among Christians representatives of your community. I'm Godwin. My greetings to you.
Peace be with you. Neither would one expect a priest here. And yet...
How do you know I'm a priest?
It's not difficult to tell. After all, we have much in common. And we are both a little on unfamiliar ground here. I'm Yehuda, leader of the rabbinical court in the sacred community of Gutenberg. And this is Samuel, my aide.
Who would rather not be here at all. Why did we have to come here, Sadie? Can you not see everyone is staring at us?
Because we all need to help each other in this time of need. And why would they not stare when you are frowning so?
Are you here to arrange some trade?
We have more serious matters to attend to here than gaining a few groschen. The situation in the town and the kingdom is unsustainable. The whole land is on the brink of destruction. You have men and weapons. We have the means to sustain them.
Why are you telling this to a Koimer? You wanted to deliver what we brought to the Margrave and quickly leave.
Everything in good time, Samuel. We have just arrived, after all.
Did you come to lend money to the lords?
Not to lend, but to give. Help given to the needy is repaid only by God.
You don't even know if you can trust them. With that money, we could have paid mercenaries ourselves.
You remind me of my young friend Henry. He's a bit of a hothead too.
Henry? That messenger of Radzik Copula?
You know each other. You're both around the same age.
That would be him. We did not get off to a very good start.
I reckon the two of you would hit it off. He's reliable and has his heart in the right place. For a young stripling, he's been through plenty. It's not so long since his parents were killed in Skalitz. He was supposed to become a blacksmith, and instead, he's roaming the world, risking his neck at every turn.
Wait, a blacksmith, you say? From Skalitz?
Aye, that's right. Did you know anyone there?
I knew of someone. A blacksmith by the name of Martin.
My daughter knew him most, and that is why Samuel is in this world. For our numerous sins.
Maybe he was my father, but he certainly didn't act like one. Ma raised me on her own.
And that was all for the best.
Why? He should have taken care of me, but instead he fathered another bastard.
Don't make hasty judgments. As far as I know, Martin didn't have any other children. At least, none of his own. He took in Henry, and raised him as his own, on the orders of the Lord of Skalitz, Sir Radzik Kobila, Henry's real father.
I don't care if he took care of 20 other Mamsas.
That boy's blood father denied him, just like yours did to you.
A person can't choose their parents. And Henry only found out about it recently.
Enough. I'd rather have a drink. Will you have one too, Zayde?
For that, there will be more suitable times.
Excuse me. I'd better not drink.
Better communion wine than kosher, is it?
Anjing, hilang semua, cok. Tolol anjing.
God bless. Schön dich zu sehen, mein Freund.
Godwin, you wouldn't be avoiding me. We didn't have much time for conversation on the way here.
With pleasure, sir. As it happens, there's something I'd like to ask you. What are you expecting from today's gathering, my lord?
Well, I have no great expectations. But, all going well, we may be able to establish some joint steps towards the future. As long as we proceed without prior agreement and mutual support, we will be very unlikely to achieve any progress.
I couldn't help but notice your son has a bit of a talent for getting into trouble.
To put it mildly, but not to do him an injustice, knowing young Lord Capon, he undoubtedly contributed to that more than a little. Although, if they didn't pull each other out of trouble, God knows where they'd be now.
Wise words. Still, Henry's come a long way on a thorny path. I trust you're rightfully proud of him.
You know, I am. And Martin would also be glad, even though Henry chose a different path than he.
May God grant him eternal rest. Where did you leave Sir Divish? Surely he's not too old to miss out on such an event.
Haven't you heard? Lady Stephanie is with child. No one even imagined Divish would produce an heir at his age.
As they say, doesn't matter who kneaded the dough, as long as there's a pie in the oven.
Godwin.
Well, it could be a miracle. Praise the Lord!
Sabar. Hah. What? Anaknya Henry anjing. Tapi nggak mungkin sih, kan itu mah ini doang anjing. Anjing. Aduh anjing. Tai anjing. Kenapa nggak bisa ngobrol nih sama si Daredevil?
May I have a word with you, sir?
You? Anytime. With you, at least, there's some sensible conversation. Unlike this pack of conceited upstarts.
Have you got something against the Kuttenberg nobles?
Their forefathers lived up to their ears in dung. But thanks to the royal mines, they were born with silver spoons up their asses. And they think that can turn their blood blue.
But surely they're not all like that. And they are our allies.
Allies or not, someone ought to show them their place.
Young Lord Capon is finally free again. Capon. But shoot. I could
concede it up, but
have a word with you, sir. Have you taken something again?
Pack of conceited upstarts.
Let's hope he'll take better care of himself now.
He got a harsh lesson. But at least he might remember to lay off that tomfoolery of his for a while. But if not, war will make a man of him soon enough.
Do you think there's really going to be a war? I mean a proper one, not just sitting around and talking about it.
I sincerely hope so. Whoever sits around risks nothing. It's time to get off our asses and take action.
What do you think about Jobst?
Are you testing me? Jobst called this assembly and he wants things to turn out well. We have to trust him.
To turn out well for whose benefit, though? Some are up to their elbows in silver and blood, so others can live in freedom.
Better make sure you're among the latter, then. And in the meanwhile, help the former to keep their losses to a minimum.
Yansiska.
Jesus Christ, people! I'd like to play... What game? I actually...
Oh, drink to that.
Does he get it often? Nearly all the time. And he's always threatening to leave everything to the church. Aye, once old folks start getting soft in the head, it's bad.
Such rare guests. I'm God.
These how did it and I'm and why did we and
Are you looking for friends among us?
let us say rather that we have chosen the situation in the town. You have why everything.
Did you
not?
You don't. You Henry. That would.
Well, maybe you'll get to know each other better. He should be coming here later, but for a young stripling, he's been through plenty. He was supposed to become a blacksmith, and instead...
Wait, from Scott?
I
knew
my and
why?
Don't hate Henry's...
I don't... Enough.
For...
Good health.
L'chaim.
Everything all right?
I can't wait for it to end so we can get out of here.
I reckon you'd have to be pretty brave to come and mingle with the Kuttenberg lords.
Or pretty pissed off.
Or that.
We will leave as soon as we can. Anyway, all of these worthy gentlemen will be relieved when we are out of sight.
Would you tell me something about your community? I haven't found out much so far.
What can I tell you? It was never exactly glorious. And now especially, everyone is quaking that what is still left to us will be taken away.
Surely it won't be that bad.
There are many fools who would rather take out their gall on us and start to fight among themselves. In times of uncertainty, it is always the sons of Israel who are the first to be stricken.
Oh, ini dia nih, John of Liechtenstein.
God bless. Jesus Christ be praised.
Good health to you, sir. I'm Godwin, a friend of that lad you arrived with, Henry. We don't know each other.
Baron Vauquelin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. The last of my line.
I am a warrior, a traveler, a strategist, and also, à ma manière, a poet.
My word. Isn't that exhausting?
Mais non! And I'm glad to meet a new friend.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Baron. I knew right away we'd hit it off. How did you end up imprisoned in Malashov?
Ah, c'est une histoire compliquée. It was after I heroically led the defense of Gothenburg, and only lost it narrowly by an unfortunate turn of events.
That needs some explanation. What unfortunate turn of events?
Oh, misère. It is clear you have never been to war.
So, be so kind as to enlighten me.
When they broke through the defense, I ended up in captivity. It was only due to my acquaintances in a court that I escaped execution.
Oh? I thought it was Henry who saved your neck.
My neck was not at risk in Malashov. I may have still been a prisoner with my personal freedom restricted. But they never broke my spirit.
You say you're a poet? How about a verse or two to amuse us?
Jamais. Is poetry nothing but a fuss to you? Is a poet a gesture for amusement? I think not. To recite, I require the proper mood. And besides, few here would understand me.
Where have you been on your travels? Have you seen the ocean?
But of course! I was born by the sea. If you are interested in my greatest journeys, then I have traveled with a merchant caravan all the way to the Ottoman Empire. And if you are interested in my greatest deed, then that was perhaps saving the life of the King of France.
And you wouldn't by any chance know the Pope, personally?
Which one do you mean? I spoke briefly with Boniface IX when I was sojourning in Rome. A pleasant fellow.
How come almost nobody here knows you?
I am operating, as they say. Incognito. My great benefit is my strong connection with the French court. There, everyone knows my name. Here in Bohemia, I'm still building my reputation, slowly, but surely.
Dear friends and allies, in these troublesome times, you all know why we're here. The question remains, what to do next? Sigismund is facing troubles in Hungary, and here, too, he is up against resistance. He's a capable strategist, but a poor diplomat. Mark my words. If we wait him out until winter, he will leave of his own accord.
By winter, he'll have torched all our fortresses and carried off everything that we possess.
Are we seriously gonna wait and cower in a corner? Or are we gonna drive them out in shame? A few well-planned raids and we could have him in our fists!
At what price? Have you got men to spare? Has any of you got men and money to spare?
We don't have men out there.
Yes, we do.
We do not.
Jobst is right. That whole son won't fall easily.
Only we can't wait.
Are we to get ourselves killed?
Or end with nothing?
Kacau anjing ini pertemuannya. Emang nobel-nobel nih bangsa.
Friends, we'll get nowhere like this. Let's adjourn ourselves and try to think it through.
Kita mah minum nyantai di belakang.
Well, that went just as expected. Good health.
And to yours. Could it have gone any other way when there's so many of us here?
I would have expected a bit more sense from Jobst, of all people. He made an amateur's mistake. But it's hard to be angry with him when he's trying to ingratiate himself with everyone. By the way, I'm John of Liechtenstein. And you must be Godwin, the son of...
That's not a thing I've ever boasted of. How do you know that?
I have my sources. From what I've heard about you, I'd judge you could be quite useful to me at today's gathering.
Is that so?
Indeed. And that's why I'd like to ask something of you.
It depends what it's all about.
A little delicate diplomacy. I expect we can agree that Jobst's plan has certain shortcomings?
That's a weak word.
And the way it stands at the moment, he'll never get the support of the council. But I have an idea how to change that.
Well, I'm curious how you hope to shut Zizka up and satisfy the ones who want peace.
We'll sit and wait quietly until Sigismund withdraws of his own volition, as Jobst proposes, but we'll be waiting in the military camp of our huge new army.
When Sigismund sees that, he'll be off to Hungary all the sooner. At a gallop.
Exactly. Sigismund's army is demoralized and weakened. And besides, he's running out of resources. He's able to tackle fortresses that aren't able to defend themselves. But he won't engage an equal force on the battlefield.
But he can't retreat either. That would be a disgrace.
And that's exactly why we'll wait until he's called back to Hungary by events there. For the plan to work, we need allies, their money and their determination. We've already set the ground for it. We just need negotiators who will push the right people in the right direction.
Are you saying you set everything in motion even before Jobst?
More like in parallel, but without his knowledge. If we find support and make it look like the whole thing was his idea, we'll all win.
You've got an interesting way of approaching things.
You're certainly not the first to tell me that. I take it as a compliment.
Why are you doing all this anyway?
Because I want to put a stop to the senseless deaths. And also because I'm happier with Wenceslas on the Bohemian throne.
I'll help you. What exactly should I do?
I'll give you 3 names. Botchek of Kunstadt, Haman Alder, and Anna of Waldstein. If you can get those 3 on our side, we've won the day. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Jobst.
What if it doesn't work?
I refuse to even consider that outcome. Because it would mean slow, but certain defeat for all of us.
Why me, of all people?
Because you've got a head on your shoulders. You know how to talk, and you're not just out for your own good. You and your friend Henry are similar in that respect. That's why I know I can count on you both. There aren't many like you two left.
Emang Henry barbar anjing. Semua dibantai anjing soalnya. Ini juga si Father Godwin juga. Sayang sih gue KCD 1 nggak dapet scene yang bagus. Ada tuh scene yang bagus banget si Henry sama si Godwin boozing and wenching anjing. Cuman gue nggak dapet.
Tell me a bit more about those people, so I know who I'm dealing with.
Certainly. Who do you want to start with?
Botchek of Kunstadt. I know the name, but I can't quite place him.
That's just the thing. He's got massive estates, great influence, but he holds back. He doesn't play the big game, because he doesn't like to take risks. He always goes for the sure thing. But once he's made his mind up, not even a pair of oxen will hold him back.
Alder the Alderman. Wasn't he a Kuttenberg councillor?
He still is. The only one who retained his position after the city was taken. Only he's here, instead of cozying up with Sigismund in Gutenberg. So his days in the council are numbered. But he'll continue to have a strong influence on the guilds and the rich burghers. And that's why we need him.
Anna of Waldstein. The widow of that rich mine owner. What was his name?
Wenzel Bartosz. And I'm not surprised you forgot.
I was quite surprised to see her here. Assemblies like this are more of a...
A male affair? So far, Godwin, so far. Anna is holding back and behaving like an exemplary young widow. But don't trust appearances. She's got claws, she knows how to do her sums, and she certainly has no love lost for Sigismund.
And what use can she be to us? Apart from her late husband's money, of course.
She's as sharp as they come when it comes to trade. And she knows a thing or two about diplomacy. There are wicked tongues that claim Bartosz acquired most of his wealth thanks to her. And that it was thanks to her that he died, too.
I'll get on it then. Wish me luck.
I wish us both luck. Before the day is over, the die will be cast.
Success to our plans.
Kalau kita reviews apa ya? Kalau kita reviews apa yang terjadi?
God bless. Grüß Gott.
Godwin, we didn't... Well, but as long as... all that, you know... Haven't you? No, Godwin.
May I...
You unlock... there, and they... Hello.
Young...
He got... But if...
What
are you...
Sir,
better...
Such... I'm going...
He's how it and I'm and who
I did
be and...
Do you want to make use of the council to improve the status of Jews in this...
Not at all. However, the situation... You have...
Why
ever...
did you...
Not...
You don't... You... Henry, that would...
Maybe... Very...
Wait, from Sky... I knew...
My...
Maybe...
And...
Why?
Don't leave Henry...
I don't...
Dead...
Enough.
For...
Good. Everything...
I can't...
I read...
We will anyway.
Would you...
What can... It was... Yeah,
Good.
I am my...
It's a... How do...
This book, you tell me about it. No doubt you...
Aduh anjir, aduh nggak baca gue cok. Ah bangsat lah, nggak kebaca anjing. Bakov.
My last big battle was in Kosovo.
I've heard of this battle. Many great men fell there.
Aye. And it was there I decided it was nothing for me. So I settled down in the presbytery in Ujits.
Then, what are you doing here at a meeting of opponents of the crown?
Ah, the Lord moves in mysterious ways. You say... Where have you...
But if you are, and if you...
And you...
Which one do you...
How come...
I am of my group there.
Anjing lah, nggak kebaca cok. Sabar lah nyet. Tai. Apa gitu ceritanya biar tahu cok. Anjim lah.
Schön dich zu sehen, mein Freund.
Godwin, we didn't have... What? Well, but as long as... all that,
Why,
you know...
mate, where...
Haven't you? No, Godwin.
Well... May I...
You unlock... There, and they put hell up.
Young,
He got, but if
do you...
what are you?
So,
Better man.
such I'm going.
Peace. How did it and I'm and
Why did we?
and
Do you want...
not this you got whatever did you not
You don't. You Henry. That would.
Henry's done a few things I'd like to give him a slap or two for. But like they say, for a young stripling,
He was wait from Scott. I knew
my
maybe
and
why.
don't hate Henry.
I don't
dead
enough.
for
Good.
Lech.
Ever...
I can't. We will anyway.
Would you...
What can it was? Shoot.
I'm glad to find it.
Good.
I am
My...
no.
It's a pla... How do...
And
You're quite mistaken, Monsieur Baron. I have.
Je suis désolé. This Bohemia is a strange land. I have seen farmhands, children, and even women fighting. But the clergy? Sainte Mère, do tell me about it. No doubt you fought on the side of truth and honor.
My last... Aye.
Then?
The law... You say you...
Jamais.
Where...
But if you...
And you would...
Which one?
How come...
I am a migrant there.
Well, and I would... He binds not... I have remorse that... Indeed.
Kalau kita refuse,
We held our own again.
anjing ini mah.
As it happens, I've got...
Excellent. I expect we can agree that Yob's and the wheels, but we'll...
When Sigurd...
Exact Sigurd, he's able, but he can that for the plan. We you more if we... You've also... Why? Because I... And
I'll help.
I'll give if you mean...
What...
What? Because you and there aren't...
Tell me...
Certainly.
Botcha.
That's he doesn't. He always...
Older.
He's still only... But he'll...
And
then so...
I was...
A May Anna is... But don't...
And what?
She's... They're a wit... And that it...
I'll get...
I wish...
Sir...
I'll tell you, nobody has the likes of these.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Queensland Road Heart.
How are you getting on? Glad to hear it. Keep it up. Just don't overdo it with the wine. No one takes a walking...
What can I say? My father always said we shouldn't pick sides, and I follow his advice. In war, you make one bad decision and you lose everything. to make sure my wealth is growing.
I see your point, but I can't say I approve. It's because of Atlas.
Semuanya di atas ya. Your bed 4 kali, mana cobaan? Ada 4 tempat tidur. Bot check of Punstad.
Christians and users.
Kita disuruh ke Kunselin Rotat dulu.
I'd like to check your horses out and see if they're as good as you say.
Ha, even better. But you won't believe it until you see for yourself.
And you might not believe your eyes when you do see them. Well, well, we have a new guest.
I wanted to...
You wanted to apologize for crashing into my home without a by your leave. Or to arrest my guests some more?
I want to have a word with Older.
Well, I'm having a word with you.
I apologize, Father.
For interrupting our conversation? Or just for being you?
Is that your...
Unfortunately. Speak up then. What are you doing here?
I came with a delegation from Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Is this a joke?
Why so strict, Martin?
20 years ago, he was nothing but a cheeky brat, only interested in wenches and booze. I got him a place at the Archbishopric to have some sense beaten into his head. Only it wasn't long before they kicked him out. And then I find out he's settled in some backwater parish in Sassau. But he took his boozing and whoring along with him, lost everything, and then came creeping home again. Huh?
Try saying it again a little louder. They might not have heard you in the outer courtyard.
You have the impertinence to show me your face after the way you disgraced our whole family?
You're exaggerating, like you've always done.
Me? Exaggerating? You're the one who turned my home into a house of ill repute. Your whores wandering around as if they owned the place.
Oh, actually, anything fun was strictly banned under your roof. But maybe you ought to try it yourself sometime. Then maybe you wouldn't be such a bitter old grouch.
You're dishonoring your host.
I can't dishonor someone who has no honor. If you had any, you'd be...
That's enough.
Christopher.
You won't get away with those insults. I challenge you to a duel.
We've never met, and we have no cause to be enemies. Take back your challenge, and we'll sort things out peacefully.
You've got no other option. You insulted Father's honor.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for violence.
I can have a word in private with Lord Odorin, the second, as he desires, and then...
Out of the question. This uncouth lout needs a lesson, and he's got plenty to learn from Christopher. By God's grace, I have at least one son I can be proud of.
You want satisfaction? You'll get nothing but shame. As always. Suit yourself, then. We'll fight. Come to the outer courtyard, but quietly. They don't have to put on a show for the crowd.
After you.
Well, that's that. Now, where were we?
Shouldn't we rather...
No, Christopher will sort it out, you'll see.
Si anjing. Cetak anjing, satu ke hit anjing. Emang, anjing longswordnya penuh anjing si bangsat ini. Dan kita punya longsword kan? Common longswordnya ya. Cetok anjing, modar langsung. Master Strike, Master Strike ada, udah belajar, ya udah.
My God, where did you learn to wield a sword like that? Father always said you were a good-for-nothing boozer. But you could teach sword fighting in a school.
I was in a war, right after they kicked me out of the archbishopric. And you ought to know yourself. Not all the faults that Father sees are real.
Well, I apologize for going off like that. I had to, so that...
So Father would be satisfied. I know. Only he'll never be satisfied. The sooner you realize that, the better.
I thought he was the way he was because his first son let him down. And he hoped at least his second would become something.
Not at all. I remember him the same since I was a nipper. When I was 6 years old, I fell off a horse and broke my leg. He wouldn't talk to me for a week because I'd let him down.
The first time he took me hunting, he let me starve for 3 days until I was able to shoot my first hare.
Only 3 days? He got soft.
I always wondered who you were. There was never much talk about you at home.
Look, I really did fuck up everything I could. I brawled and boozed until they threw me out of my own parish. But now, I have a chance to put things to rights a little.
And that's why you want to talk to Alder?
Aye. The outcome of this war depends on it.
That sounds very important, considering you and Alder are both pretty small players. After your encounter with Father, it won't be easy to get to Alder. Actually, I don't think you should even attempt it. Unless you want to anger Father even more.
What else can I do, though?
I'll talk to him myself. He'll hear me out for sure. But you'll have to trust me. And tell me what it's all about.
Do I have any choice?
If it's really that important, you don't.
All right, then. You've heard Yob's plan, right? It's a nice idea, but we can't wait around without an army to back us up.
Only no one's going to pay for one, because that would be an outright admission of rebelling against Sigismund.
Alder's got some clout with the councillors and burghers who are loyal to Sigismund. If he agrees, they'll follow.
I expect Alder's not the only one you're after.
You got that right.
Leave Alder to me. The plan sounds sensible, and he's no fool.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can drag me to a tavern sometime. Pa doesn't need to know about it.
You're starting to sound like a brother.
Anjing langsung bersih lagi dia bangsat. Nggak ada darah sama sekali. Conrad of Vexta? Conrad? No. Tapi kita bisa ngobrol sama dia.
No.
Conrad.
Sir, I don't believe I've had the honor.
Nor I until...
Conrad? Tidak ada.
Now, I am Sir Conrad, Lord of Vechta. And you are the heir to the Lord of Rabosh, are you not?
Used to be. My father somewhat disowned me some time ago.
And I used to be the Royal Mint Master, until the king decided to replace me.
Are you going to support the Margrave's proposal?
I haven't quite decided yet. It's true that displeasure against the king is noticeably growing in Kuttenberg,
But if our rebellion were to come face to face with Sigismund's army, I'd be risking my future, if not my life.
Do you think you might get your position as Mintmaster back again?
I doubt it. Half the town hates Vavak, but no one would even think of saying a word against him. And he knows that his security stands and falls with his function, so he clings to it tooth and nail.
We've got quite a bit in common, wouldn't you say?
More than you think. If my memory doesn't deceive me, you serve as a parish priest. So I recollect, at least, from my recent discussions with Martin.
Served. That's in the past.
Even so. Before King Wenceslas appointed me his mintmaster, I was a priest. I was even being groomed to become a bishop.
And now look at us. We have cast off our robes and merrily hatched plots against Sigismund.
There's no point in waiting for divine intervention. On the contrary, the current state of affairs demands quite a secular approach.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Ada lagi yang bisa diajak ngobrol? Anjir, si Godwin 259 aja kapasitasnya.
Your Grace, may I disturb you for a moment?
Certainly.
Godwin, I came...
Ah, now I remember. Forgive me, there are many guests and I only have one head.
Lord Liechtenstein asked me for help, in our collective interest. But if you'll allow me, sir, I'd like to ask you a few questions, so I'm clear about what I can do to help.
Indeed. And what would you like to know?
Your plan, if I may be so bold, has a few gaping holes. Sigismund may attack anywhere and any time, and we have no way to defend ourselves. You want to wait, fine. But you should at least give some assurance to the lords that they'll live to see it through.
You amuse me, Godwin. A parish priest teaching the Margrave of Moravia about politics. I know you mean well, but try to look at it with cold reasoning.
I'd reason better with an army at my back.
Do you realize how much such an army costs? The gentlemen here have trouble agreeing about much lesser sums.
And if a way could be found, and the means...
Before that happens, Sigismund will take his shoes off and head off to Rome barefoot.
Do you still think the Lord...
Bangsat.
You got something... Do you still think the Lord... Oh, time. If I may be so bold... Lords will agree at the end of the day. I'm beginning to lose hope.
That's the way of politics. Some are persuaded by silver, some by a well-chosen word. Others are convinced by tempting promises.
And if none of that does the trick?
Such cases usually end in quarrels between former allies, while the enemy is laughing up his sleeve.
John of Liechtenstein is acting in your interest, isn't he?
That was the original agreement. And on the outside, it still looks that way, I trust.
I understood that he was on our side.
Yes, he is. Only, he is slowly starting to act more and more on his own initiative.
Although, that doesn't have to be a bad thing, does it?
He still lacks the experience to be capable of evaluating some situations. But he is persuasive, and easily wins people to his side. Unfortunately.
But it was you who sent him to Kuttenberg, wasn't it?
True. But I certainly never told him to hole up in the Jewish quarter and pursue his own private plans there. And by doing so, he put both himself and our common interests in jeopardy.
I wasn't expecting to meet the rabbi of Kuttenberg here.
Really? Half of Kuttenberg has accumulated debts with usurers that they cannot repay, or even do not intend to. The rabbi knows his people are under threat, and that Sigismund will not protect them if something should befall, similar to what happened in Prague.
So they naturally took a stance against Sigismund.
What's more, if Wenceslas regains the throne, they can expect him to reward them.
On whose side do the wealthy burghers stand?
From the entire elite of Kuttenberg. Only Kunzelin Ruthard and Haman Alder have come here. Not that I'm surprised. The king keeps a close eye on them through the city council, seeking the slightest pretext to confiscate their wealth.
But if Ruthard and Alder can be persuaded...
We don't need to convince Ruthard. And Martin is already working on Alder. But he might be pushing a little hard.
I ain't letting that bastard go anywhere near her. Next.
Sir Kunzlin, I haven't yet had the pleasure.
You're Godwin, aren't you? I've heard about you from Martin.
Oh dear.
Have no fear. I know Martin well, and I know he's prone to exaggeration. Anything I can do for you?
Will you support Margrave Jobst's plan?
That depends on what it is. If he decides to just wait, then no. I can't take that risk any longer.
Do you think we should look for help somewhere else?
I came here for one reason alone. To hear a plan of attack against Sigismund. If Jobst doesn't lay one out before me, I'll try and find someone more courageous.
I expect you know Lady Anna of Waldstein well.
Why wouldn't I? She's joined at the hip with my daughter Rosa.
I hope she doesn't feel unwelcome here. I've heard she's a bit of a thorn in the side for some of the gents here.
To her own relatives, certainly. But I'll tell you one thing. I knew her husband, Wenzel, and he married her out of love. And I cared for him devotedly till the day he died. And it wasn't a quick death.
So it's not true what they say? That his demise was convenient for her?
Vile slander. People just can't forgive her for coming into a fortune as a young widow.
What do you think of the rabbi's offer? The Kuttenberg Jewish community is large, and their support could change everything.
Or nothing. To be honest, I've no idea what to expect of the rabbi's offer.
He said he was interested in an alliance, though, didn't he?
Aye, but still he must be aware that whatever happens, it won't change the lot of his people.
So you don't trust him?
And isn't it natural? It's not just faith in the walls of their quarter that separates us. They live in our city, but they're more foreign than the Germans or the Hungarians. God be with you.
Good to see you, friend. Jesus Christ be praised. One beer.
Nose up!
Down the old oak at the crossroads.
Oh no. Why? A lovely tree like that.
We're trying to forge an alliance.
Tell me.
Listen up.
Ada lagi yang bisa diajak ngobrol? Nggak ada lagi ya? Oh, terpaksa aku mencintai dirimu hanya untuk satu.
Dry devil is it?
You seem a bit out of sorts. Anything wrong?
Oh, these grand aristocratic assemblies are nothing for me. I'd be happier if they just told me in the morning how it all went and what my boys have to do next.
But then you'd miss all the grub and the booze. And the gossip.
Oh, and have you heard anything interesting here?
It seems Liechtenstein's looking for allies. For his own ends.
And how's he gonna do it? Didn't you see them all fighting tooth and nail here just a while ago?
Well, different approaches work with different people.
The only approach that'll work with Sigismund is open resistance. Maybe on the field of battle?
Let's hope young Lord Capon manages to stay free for a while longer. Ever since leaving Rattay, he's gone from one pile of trouble to another.
That's one thing you can always count on him for. I'll gladly wager with you he'll end up in some other shit by evening.
God forbid. Henry's not here now to pull him out of it.
In that case, it'll be up to you. I'm sure you wouldn't leave him to disgrace himself in front of Hanush.
A lot of people think the wealthy burghers will stick with Sigismund, whether out of fear or convenience.
Well, that's to be expected. As long as Sigismund has the city council under his thumb, no one will rock the boat.
Well, at least there's a few individuals here, like Ruthard.
Sigismund confiscated his castle and half his estates. That'd be enough to make a man mad. Not to mention that his son was killed in the siege of the city.
Ini nggak ada yang bisa diajak ngobrol. Gue pengen tahu ceritanya lengkap. Nggak ada. Awas dong, gue mau duduk. Anjing.
Sir Bocek, I need to speak with you for a moment.
A man hardly puts his cup to his lips and someone comes along to put a flea in his ear. Yobs comes up with a plan as full of holes as a beggar's shoes, and now you're all jostling to win me over for him.
On the contrary, I've come here with an idea how to improve it.
Does that improvement include a few thousand men-at-arms? If not, you can go to the devil with it.
A few thousand men-at-arms as a convincing argument. And 100 horsemen on top. Only in order to get them, we need coin.
You've got my attention, but not my money yet.
Are we not on the same side?
We are, but an alliance is of no use if it doesn't also guarantee safety.
Of course. Once it comes to protecting property, ideals go out the window.
You can talk, since you haven't got a pot to piss in yourself. If you were in my position, you'd think differently. I have a lot of property, lots of subjects to look after, and along with that, the Lord blessed me with a large family. I can't risk it all in a conflict with Sigismund.
So you need guarantees that you won't be left standing in the cold if you openly oppose Sigismund?
My guarantee is called Yitka. She's my niece. If I succeeded in marrying her off to another strong house, I'll have the certainty that I won't be left alone.
Maybe it's enough to find a suitable groom among the allies.
Perhaps someone of suitable standing who Yitka would also gladly accept. I don't want her to be unhappy.
I believe Liechtenstein is single.
And an uncertain party. Besides, he's inconvenient for Sigismund. Yitka could end up being a pawn to blackmail both of us.
I'd be honored to oblige. I'm in my prime.
Forget about it. Even if by some miracle you could manage to sire children, you'd die before you could raise them.
The truth doesn't offend, my lord. But I had to give it a try. How about young Lord Capon?
He's a youngster still.
What's wrong with him? He's young, he's handsome, women are fighting over him. Yitka will like him, and he'll give her a whole bunch of children.
And to half the wenches in his domain too, eh? On the other hand, the lords of Lipa have a good reputation, and Hanush can always be relied on, despite his temper. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
I'll convey your offer to Lord Capon. If he agrees, we can celebrate our alliance.
I don't care what the young lord thinks. Hanush is the one to decide. If he agrees, I'll be happy to support your plan.
Pushing a friend to tie the knot to save the kingdom. Things have come to a pretty pass.
The kingdom will not forget his sacrifice. Now stop dilly-dallying and go and tell Hanush.
Sir Hanush, I bring happy tidings.
You do? Let's hear it then.
Young Lord Capon is going to get married.
If he's got some impoverished noble's daughter pregnant, I'll have his hide. I'm not going to support some bastard.
You misunderstood my meaning. I was the one who arranged the betrothal. I mean, with your blessing.
You arranged a marriage for my ward? Just like that? With who?
With the niece of Sir Buchek, Lord of Kunstadt. Her name's Yitka.
Buchek of Kunstadt? The Buchek of Kunstadt? Godwin, you conniving old bastard!
Oh, fuck.
I don't believe it. So, young Hans is to marry Kunstadt's daughter?
Niece.
If you're serious, I'll make sure that you get the Rattay parish.
Or you could make me the abbot of Sassa. Or what about a bishopric?
Forget it. Soon I'll be paying for a wedding. Not a word to Hans. I want to tell him myself. But let's drink to it, shall we?
Cheers!
Cheers to you, and to your parlaying skills.
Yeay, Hans nikah. Last one.
Sabuchik, your niece Yivka can start preparing for her wedding.
So Hanush agreed, without reservations.
Indeed.
Then I will fulfill my end of the bargain without reservation.
Thank you, Lord of Kunstad.
Enough formality. We'll have a drink. What do you say?
Cheers to the beautiful Lady Yitka and the unhappy Lord Caitlin.
Here's to a good bargain.
Tuhan hafil. Aduh anjir. Ah jangan. Katanya sih jangan kasih tahu ke ini, ke Hans Kepon. Tapi, aduh gimana ya? Kasih tahu jangan ya. Gara-gara nikah jadi bisa ini nih.
Oh ya.
Hans.
I've got some good news and some bad.
The bad news is there's hardly any females in this whole damn... There's some old bat standing there with 2 young girls, but she watches over them like a mother. So at least tell me the good news.
You're going to get...
Is she at least... You're really a barrel of laughs, Godwin. Now, enough nonsense. Let's have a...
To your help. God be with you, noble lady. There's something I'd like to ask of you.
God be with you. What would that be?
Your diplomatic support. And your money.
No beating around the bush, eh? I like that. But what do you want my money for?
Margrave Yob's plan has some gaps, milady. We need to gather enough resources to...
To muster an army that Margrave can't afford on his own?
Christ. Be praised. You're astute.
I should say so. All sorts of people have their eyes on my money, and divining their intentions is a necessity. Although, between the two of us, it isn't hard to figure out what Liechtenstein is after.
Hit the nail on the head again, Mom. You're well informed.
I am rarely mistaken.
I'd say you have a better nose for people than most of this crowd.
Not only for people, but also for good food and wine. And beneficial deals.
Who did you learn from? In my experience, women usually learn other skills.
I acquired the basics from my husband. God rest his soul. And the rest I learnt quickly, as soon as others started sniffing around his estate. So, to the point. What is it that Liechtenstein wants from me?
Nothing more than support and resources for an army to parley more effectively with Sigismund.
Nothing more? I'd say that's plenty. And why ask me for help? Why should I, of all people, take the risk?
It's not only your money we're interested in. You're well able to negotiate and trade. And if you were to take part in our plan...
Then I'd be helpful to you on 2 fronts. If you want me to support you, you must give me a good reason. Perhaps a favor in return.
Do you have something in particular in mind?
Well, one of the guests here has something that shouldn't get into the wrong hands.
Who's that?
Harmon Alder. Now, if you were to switch these papers for the ones he brought with him, I would support your proposal.
Have you fallen out with the town councillor?
No. Alder is innocent in the matter. My relatives from the House of Bartosz are behind it all. They're disappointed that I dared outlive my husband, and the fact that I'm handling his estates makes their hair stand on end.
And these papers I'm supposed to switch, what do they concern?
My relatives somehow dug up some trade contracts between myself and certain undesirable parties.
You were dealing with the enemy.
They were not the enemy at the time. My conscience is clear, but I'll rest easier when those papers are in my hands.
I'm supposed to rob an ally.
Harmon Alder was given the documents to deliver to the council. He hasn't yet had a chance to look at them, so he won't even notice the difference.
And the papers I'm supposed to plant on Alder?
Just insignificant documents. If the incriminating ones disappeared without a trace, it would arouse suspicion.
All right, I'll help you. Or at least I'll give it a try.
Alder will surely have the papers in his saddlebags, which he left in the shed on the outer courtyard. Bring them to me, and put these there instead. But watch yourself. Odorin's groom has eyes everywhere.
Aduh, nggak bisa dibaca.
My head in my gut.
Kata penjaga, anjing gue yang disuruh ngejaga anjing. Di atas. Bawah kali.
What brings you here?
Sorry. Sama dry default nggak bisa Kenapa ya?
Nothing.
You know, I
by the spring where deer and boar.
Ada yang ngumpet kah di bawah? Nggak ada juga yang ngumpet.
Adrift.
I've got those papers from Alder for you.
Quiet! You don't have to announce it to everyone.
Milady, with all the clamor going on here, I can hardly hear my own thoughts. Here they are.
You're more capable than I expected. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome. And now you're part of the bargain.
As agreed. I will support Liechtenstein's proposal with both words and money.
Thank you, noble lady. God will...
Yes, quite. But let's drink to our bargain, Godwin.
How could I refuse a toast with such a fine lady? To your health, Lady Anna.
And to the success of our efforts.
Mabok anjing kita. Si anjing gerak sekarang bangsat.
I'm still hoping it works out. We walk out of here with a clear path. Probably not the best idea to gather all the lords under one roof.
At other times, I would celebrate hearing you admit a mistake, Margrave. But if I were you, I wouldn't lose faith just yet. Sometimes all you need to do is send the right man to whisper the right words into the right ears.
You mean you managed to convince someone influential?
Not at all. I managed nothing. But I have found someone who could pull a thorn out of our side and get some influential people to join our cause.
And who is this secret envoy? I'm still hoping it works out as we walk out of here with a clear plan. But maybe you were right.
Oh, diulang-ulang itu, diulang-ulang.
Margrave?
Diulang-ulang itu, diulang-ulang.
I'll be right there.
Not at all.
Gentlemen, I think we can raise our goblets to the successful conclusion of the negotiations.
Is this supposed to be your secret weapon?
Like I said, miracles happen where you least expect them. Tell me, Godwin of the House of Odorin, what news do you bring us?
I bring nothing from the House of Odorin. But the widow of Waldstein and Sir Bocek of Kunstadt will support our cause.
Both of them? Good heavens, what did you promise them?
This is going to be a long story, and I could use a drink. So if you'll excuse me, my lords?
It would seem that we have all benefited from the break in these proceedings. New alliances have been formed. And I have also changed my plans. We shall still wait for Sigismund to withdraw his troops of his own accord. But we will wait with an army at our backs.
Yes! Yeah. And how are we to raise an army? Wasn't it made clear at the meeting that no one wants to take the risk?
The only thing made clear was that each of us alone is weak, and that we could not find common ground. But that has now changed.
King Wenceslas is, by the will of God, the balbatim of all his subjects, not only the Christians. Our community, and not only ours, will give you coin.
The Kuttenberg houses are still loyal to King Wenceslaus, and we stand with Lord Ruthard.
And if that's not enough, the houses of Leipa and Kunstadt will unite and march side by side.
My niece, Yitka, will take young Lord Capon as her husband.
Nikah si anjing.
Lords Kunstadt, Hanush, Radzig, and I will set out immediately. God willing, we will be back within 3 weeks, along with an army.
Now those are words worthy of a nobleman.
My friend, I still believe that words are more powerful than swords. And our words will ring in 1,000 voices to the glory of King Wenceslas.
Si Kepon anjing bingung dia, tiba-tiba nikah. Kok si ini pulang? Oh iya ya, si Hanus, Margaret Jones, Hanus sama Ratsik langsung pergi kan sama Margaret Jobs.
After we conquered the city, you promised to restore order immediately. And then I find out things are even more disordered than before.
Your Majesty, we are sorry. We will put it to rights.
You've already said that. I want to hear real solutions.
We will put more guards on the roads and toughen penalties. We can have a few captured bandits executed as an example to others.
We do not care about bandits. We care about rebellious nobles and burghers. What will you do with them? How will you solve the chaos in the town administration, the rebellious miners, and the dismal yields? And how is it even possible that a rebellion against the king is smoldering here in the city?
What do you mean, sire?
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter, from right under your noses. Why haven't you done anything?
We don't know who is behind this. Without evidence, we cannot punish them.
Otto von Berghoff did not ask questions in Prague either. He acted. And I advise you to do the same. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere, point them to the Jewish quarter, and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wenceslas' side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sire. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
So you see, all you have to do is make sure the city rebel get their share. You could at least manage that, couldn't you? And if the thought should cross your minds that you would get rid of the debts to the Jewish moneylenders this way, forget about it. Your debts will remain, up to the last groschen. Only now you owe us directly. And while we are on the subject of money, has the yield from the mines finally matched last year's?
Sire, the deposits are dwindling, and mining is becoming increasingly difficult. And to make matters worse, the miners started rebelling.
Don't take us for a fool. They'll stop rebelling when you pay them proper wages.
Your Majesty, we can't do that.
Silence! How dare you oppose the kingdom's protector? You're a bunch of incompetent sycophants. Chicken shits. Not any better than the scum hiding in the forest.
I apologize, sire. I'll do everything in my power to...
All I hear from you over and over again are excuses and prevarication. And results? None. I therefore place the City Council under the authority of Sir Marquardt von Aulitz, who is present here, with immediate effect. He will make sure you finally do your duty.
But, sire, that would be a violation of the privileges granted to us as a free mining town.
Silence! I am the only guarantor of your rights. You have to earn your privileges, not hide behind them. During my brother's reign, this idleness was perhaps tolerated. But that is over now. You were given a few simple tasks. But instead of working on them, you idled in the baths and lined your pockets. And let the traitors cast their nets undisturbed. But unlike my brother, I am capable of creating order. And I assure you, I do not distinguish between those who stand in my way. Be they beggars, noblemen, or city councillors. You have 2 weeks to restore order in the city and increase mining output. I want clear results, and you answer only to me and Sir Marquardt von Aulitz now. No one else. The council is dismissed. You, don't go anywhere, boy. Be so kind and remain here. Our throat has become rather dry. And we still wish to speak with our friend von Aulitz.
Yes, sire. As you wish, sire.
Between the two of us, Marquardt, was I not perhaps too harsh on them? And speak candidly. We have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you were harsh, but rightfully so. These councillors, they need to be shown their place. You suffered their insolence for far too long. And the same is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto
Where are you
repeated
going?
to us several
Mind your
times
own
that it is
business.
time to strike against them. We are glad he's not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see the king's cup is empty?
You tend to us as if we were infirm. Boy, pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year.
Monastic. White or red? KCD2. Monastery is the red.
We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here on all sides. Would we had a proper army instead of human mercenaries? They cannot be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished by the mess that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish. God grant him eternal glory.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Otherin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress standing on every damn hill here. What side are their lords on?
We'll find out soon enough, sire.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass, and relinquished that throne that he has no use for anyway. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be willing to make peace at least among themselves. Jobst does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it suits him.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities. And get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
But the wine is good. To your health, Margaret. And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in a land ruled by a good king. You did a good job, waiter. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, your majesty.
First, we need to crack down on the biggest troublemakers.
We're working on it. While the consul was meeting, Otto von Berghoff and his men set out for Raposh. Alderin won't give you any more trouble.
He and Ruthard are in it together. Once we get Oderlin, we can handle Ruthard easily. Rabosh will be yours. After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
I appreciate your confidence, sire.
But the devil knows there are a lot more strongholds to conquer here.
For the king, red wine, boy.
No, we shall have white. We have had enough of red.
White it is. Quickly! If Raposh falls, others will follow.
I think von Berghoff's little contraption will find its use again.
If need be, we could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some suggestions for other candidates.
Not so fast, my friend. It's a wondrous tool, but we can't rely on it forever.
But to bring it here to the square and point it at the city hall? Those sycophants would only benefit from a warning like that.
It's a splendid idea, but it won't be necessary. The councillors are quite fearful enough already that they can hide nothing from us.
There's been enough fretting, sire. You shall see. Soon we will drink to the conquest of another fortress.
You are right. So then, to victory. And you, boy, will you drink with us? So that you shall have something to tell your children and grandchildren.
To victory, sire.
To today's, and those of the future.
Anjing, kita jalan anjing dari kota ke sini bangsat ke Rabos. Anjing jauh, cok. Rabos tuh di atas anjing.
Made sure everyone heard. Stulturem mater, sempiter gravida.
Yet another impoverished noble. Not the first went up like that in the Sassau region.
They got by without a soap.
Godwin!
Have you lost your hearing?
I drank many under the table.
How would you like a wine, Chevalier?
The art of winemaking has a long tradition in La Belle France. Recipes are passed on from father to son, and each generation brings them to perfection. I myself was practically raised on wine. How many I have tasted. Even the French royal court took note of my refined taste. The king himself had wine delivered for his table according to my advice.
I expect his lordship had the best barrels rolled out. Now, if he'd only known he had a real connoisseur here.
Best barrels! Mon ami, this wine would perhaps be suited to the infirmary, where it would suffice for cleaning wounds and easing pain. For that, the taste is of little consequence. Give me 100 knights in full armor. And
Anjing sama dia merah terus anjing. Anak babi ini emang.
You hear that Lord Constance is marrying the young Lord of Perkstein. I should. Bloodshed made short.
Now we close our doors for the evening. People here know what to do. There'll be plenty more tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday too.
Sasau region.
We're not in France now. Here, nobody.
I'm either the king.
So you're not too keen enough?
Comment dire? Let us, if you try hard, you may have some decent wine to celebrate. Give me 100 knights in
Not in! Not the girls, or the piglet.
Something they won't remember in the morning.
Sorry, have you got some...
From cleaning up this pigsty? Any...
I've come to rescue you.
Really? Why don't you say...
Well, it occurred to me we could...
Of course. Do you play dice?
You mean...
You strip if you like. Either way, you'll end up bare-assed and with an empty
All right.
I've heard about you, but you can't beat me. Well, you're not afraid of anything. Well, that's not worth mentioning. Here's hoping. And now we'll see. There, that turned out all right.
Why would he do that?
Anjing 400.
Now I'll show you how it's done.
500 anjing.
Your turn. If I was you, I'd take it. Let it be now. I want to play too, you know. Have you lost your mind? You're going to lose everything.
And I'm telling you, we won't get rid of him that easily. Everyone's being too hopeful.
That'll work. Sacra!
Sacra.
If he was so craven as to run away from the first army that crossed his path, he would never have made it all the way here. But this won't be just any army. It'll be an army like the likes of which this country's never seen before. You're living in a dream world. It's only going to be a scarecrow to keep Sigismund from murdering the lords one by one. If an open battle breaks out, it'll be a
Anjing licik bangsat.
Hopefully I'll do it again.
Bangsat.
Good game.
We won't get rid of him that easily. Everyone's...
Look, Margaret Robson.
Must be made in the north
going with them.
Parish priest has quite a view.
Begging to be eaten.
Sweating at the old
I
tea.
will charge the
Nearly drops
enemy
his soul
with
from-
cavalry.
Hallelujah.
Break through their lines.
Haleluya
See
Domine.
slow himself.
Dia tetap
And
lucu
then we will
anjing.
wake up in the I either the
No one's forcing you to... At least there'll be more left for us
Indeed. En tout cas, judging by how you speak to me,
I'm filled with grief. The roast was calling out to me, begging to be eaten.
Steak still can't flesh us out like there's no tomorrow.
Are you surprised?
it's a contrary old ghost.
I thought you were a listener with brown hair.
Anjing mereka udah mabok gitu anjing.
I'd rather run my own.
Anjing nggak bisa dibuka bagong.
Do you get it, Father?
Please, call me Rabbi, Lord Capon.
Oh, whatever. Fuck it.
And you should not curse either.
See? You talk exactly the same as our holier-than-thous.
What is bothering you, young man? You should rejoice that you are to be married.
But I didn't ask for a wife. I wanted to prove that I was worthy of the name of my house. Earn a reputation. Travel the world. And maybe later, one day...
Then you might be dead, sir. Think about the future. You need an heir.
But they could have at least asked me. What if she's some ugly monster?
Then she will be a rich monster. And God willing, the children will take after you.
Anyway, I need more wine to wash down my pain. Will you drink with me?
I shall not, son. Intemperance is against God's commandments.
Ha! Told you. You're the same as our priests. But, to your credit, you actually practice what you preach.
Farmyard beast.
Greetings.
Sorry, I don't want to
What do you think? A fortress full of hungry mouths and half of them noble lords accustomed to all...
I haven't eaten so well in a long time. Lord Alderon...
He didn't have to choose me. My old ma spent her whole life in this kitchen, and my grandmother before her.
Wait, you're Kvieta's daughter, Madlenka.
It's been a long time since anyone has called... I was afraid you'd forgot.
You haven't changed.
But I have. And you've changed too. You left a haughty young pup, and now...
No.
Not at all. The years have been...
You farmyard beast.
Anjing. Hard.
Why don't we go somewhere together? And...
You really haven't. You ought go and have a drink and stop chasing girls.
Sorry.
From clean. Do you play? You use.
All right.
I'm surprised you dare to play me. I don't like to lose.
It's only going to be a scarecrow to keep Sigismund from murdering the lords one by one. If an open battle breaks out, it'll be a fucking bloodbath.
No harm done. It wasn't very good anyway. Oh, come on!
Wah, mampus anjing.
And I'm telling you, we won't get rid of him that easily. Everyone's being too hopeful here. Don't talk his bollocks. Once the Oxford an army, he'll sit himself and run back to Hungary. And why would he do that? If he was so craven as to run away from the first army...
That's enough for me.
He would never have made it all the way here. There won't be just any army. It'll be an army like the likes of which this country's never seen before. You're living in a dream world. There's only going to be a scarecrow to keep Sigismund from murdering the lords one by one.
Your turn.
Breaks out. It'll be a fucking bloodbath.
Mother of God! What are you punishing me for?
And I'm telling you, we won't get rid of him that easily. Everyone's being too hopeful here. Don't talking bollocks. Once the Oxford an army, he'll sit himself and run back to Hungary. Army that crossed his path.
Anjing Nobel ada yang sampai muntah-muntah gitu anjing.
They'll all need it in the morning.
We all agree that the name Bucephilus signifies higher value? Yes.
May I interrupt you for a moment? You already did.
What's the matter?
Everyone keeps saying that the prettiest girls... I didn't believe it. But what are you blabbering?
Haven't you had a little too much wine?
Not at all. I could drink every man...
No need.
Stop bothering us and go pester someone else. Duck.
Aduh, Dasya, kamu nggak mau ya sama ini ya?
May I interrupt you already?
What's the...
Just look at him.
May I... You already...
What's the matter?
Bullocks.
May I interrupt you already?
What's the matter?
You don't have to admit I'm right. Conrad, my friend, you'll vouch for me.
I see 4 hooves, a mane, and a tail. And I say, it's a hoof. You've got a different idea about
Wenches and boozing, boozing and wenches.
It's easy for you to say. You don't have to listen to it.
Next time.
Would you like...
What game?
I actually... Would you...
What game?
I actually...
Oh,
You can tell by the name that the horse...
Dry Devil dikasihnya sekarang. Boozing and wenching, wenching and boozing. La 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 la.
Do you get it, Father? Please, call me Rabbi.
Boozing and wenching, wenching and boozing. La 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 la. Winching and boozing.
Maybe an old pinch person, but when it comes to it,
Have mercy on us, O angel of Christ, holy guardian and protector of my soul and body. Forgive me. Adversary, may I not anger my God by any sin. The Lord Almighty grant us a peaceful life and a perfect end.
Anjing, di belakang ini ada orang.
So you keep saying.
let's drink to that. To King Wenceslas.
Anjing.
Just a bit longer.
Aye, you already said that. Come on, finished?
Pull up your skirt, and I'll be done.
Forget it.
Keep going.
So you keep saying.
Keep going.
So you keep saying. Come on, someone will see us.
Hey, they won't. Come here. I still can't wait for that ginger to come. Fuck off. Oh, yeah. Keep going. I'm talking about fucking singers, mind you, twat.
Holy God, holy mighty one, holy immortal one, have mercy on us. O angel of Christ, holy guardian and protector of my soul and body, forgive me every transgression which I have committed this day, and deliver me from every craft of my enemy and adversary. May I not anger my God by any sin. The Lord Almighty grant us a peaceful night and a perfect end. Amen.
Anjing.
Just a bit longer.
Aye, you already said that.
What? I'm talking about fucking singers, mind you, twat. Just a bit longer.
Aye, you already said that.
Right about signature. The sooner he's gone, the sooner life returns to this country. Let's drink to that. To King Wenceslas.
So you keep saying.
Tempora mutantur et nos mutamur in iis. Hunger, poverty, and plague, it's too much for a man to take. Even men of faith are cowering, faced by evil overpowering.
Forget it.
Igi tu qui desidera pacem.
Come on, someone will see us.
Bellum.
I won't.
Tempora mutantur et nos mutamur in illis.
Shut up! It makes my ears bleed.
Tempora mutantur et nos
Come on,
mutamur
someone
in
will see
illis.
us.
I won't.
Life
Come here.
You fuck a bit, then die.
Holy God, Holy Mighty One, Holy Immortal One,
Stultorem
have mercy
mater,
on us. O
sempiter
Holy
gravida.
Guardian and Protector of my
Tempora
soul and body,
mutantur
forgive me
et nos
every
mutamur
transgression
in
I
illis.
commit this day, and deliver me from every craft of my enemy
Must be
and
maiden in
adversary.
her pew.
May I not anger
Parish
my God
priest
by
has
any
quite a
sin.
view.
The Lord Almighty
Sweating
grant
at
us
the
peaceful
altar,
life and a perfect
nearly
life.
drops his psalter. Alleluia, Domine.
Come
Alleluia,
on,
Domine.
someone will see us.
I won't. Come here.
Not so for us, that we'll still drink at death's stroke. We'll drink to the last drop, till the bitter end. Now we close our doors for the evening. People here know what to do. There'll be plenty more tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday too.
Oh, the piglet!
The feast. Does everyone knows about it? Another day, all I do behind this song, I wish you another day.
Having a good time?
It's a fucking bore. He's all fuck.
Well, what are you missing? There's wine, food.
I'd rather have a game of dice.
Don't you dare get into a fight with anyone. You know what a fuck-up.
Aye, I forgot. Only the younger Lord of Rabors is allowed to give anyone here a pasting.
Leave it out.
Well, they wouldn't have to force me. That young nitwit was a...
Well, let's have a game then.
For a coin.
Playing for coin's a bore.
I might have something.
And what might...
Let's keep it a surprise.
What the hell?
You bet it will.
can dip that rotten carrot in lard and ram.
I was just... But if you don't like your prize...
Here you are.
Ah, you've got no imagination. It's not for eating. Like I could shove it down the back of the cousin's.
Want to roll some dice?
Sure.
Let's make it...
Nice. If I...
Want to roll some...
Sure.
I don't play...
Oh, you can stuff yourself.
Well...
How come you're still here, sir? Weren't you supposed to travel with Sir Hanush?
All hail Jobst. He sorted things out here nicely. He got my money for a start, and that's more than I want. But you know how it goes. I explained to the Margrave that I'm not going anywhere, and I sent my captain with him. He's still young. I'm too old and fond.
Did you at least discuss with Hanush where the wedding...
Nothing to discuss. The wedding will take place at our castle Lititz, of course. It's the pride of our family. We can fit in 3 times more people than here, and that's still...
Ah, but there are 2 castles. I'd bet my right arm old Hanush will want to have the wedding...
What? In Ratai? Well, I ought to look at...
Deal with him yourself, though. I won't be your gent's messenger anymore.
I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, my lady.
It's easy for you to say. You don't have to listen to it, day in, day out.
A little gossip. You act like you don't know the world of the...
It's pronounced Bucephalus.
See you now. May I interview you all?
What's the...
About a horse and a cock.
Good evening, my esteemed lady. I haven't yet had the...
No matter. Although Martin hardly spoke of you, from what I heard, I could conjure up a...
No offense, ma'am.
But whatever picture you painted me...
Indeed. So the stories of how in your youth you used to drag a different chambermaid to your bed every night is nothing but...
And I also heard that you once fell drunk into the trench in front of the fortress, horse...
All right, I confess to that one. But nothing happened.
And is it not true that one of your paramours made off with your late mother's...
We are all sinners, Ma. And besides, that was 20 years ago.
Unquestionably. My husband is living proof of it.
Is your husband here too?
You won't find him here. He stayed at home in our fortress. He suffers from gout.
Or any journeys, for that matter. Even where the king goes on his own 2 feet, my husband has to be carried.
All his life he gorged himself on meat, pastries, and wine. And...
Would you kindly introduce...
This is Lady Christina, second wife of Lord Binic of Nostitz. She's standing in for him here today.
Nice to meet you, sir.
How come your husband...
Because he's been rotting for nearly a year in the king's...
I'm sorry to hear that, Mom. I pray that God shall...
I've been praying for it since the day I got word of his cap. Perhaps worldly powers will come to our aid once the promised army turns up.
What's your opinion of the outcome of today's assembly?
That it's about time. Although at the onset it looked like everyone here would carry on arguing like fishwives at the market. But in the end, it seems the agreement arrived at will be...
It's rather noisy.
It is, a bit. But that's all part of celebrations, and today we have course...
Wouldn't you prefer a little privacy?
Restrain your ardor. You're not the first to try and lure my girls somewhere out. If you want to amuse yourself with them, I insist on being...
But I had no way...
And while you're on your way, we're quite thirsty from all this. Be so kind and bring us another pitcher of wine. I don't know what's in those kegs, and I don't intend...
Anjing, si Helena kayaknya tadi mau deh.
At least you can tell by the name that the...
May I you all... One of the most esteemed guests ordered all over the place. I meant the really fine wine. The kind...
No way. Sir Martin ordered for it to be served only to him.
Oh, come on. If I go and get it myself...
All right. Them pitchers are on a table in the cellar.
Now off you go and...
Sure.
I don't...
Oh, you...
Well, the groom isn't looking too happy at the moment.
Right. Thunder, my friend. I see food.
And why would he do that?
I've got some warm wood downstairs.
Do you get it, Father? I bet you made it all up anyway. Nice. I'm filled with What? I'm talking about my
Ini si bangsat sih ini.
country, old goat. All right, all right.
The rat'll be good, I hope. Everybody likes a drop of white.
Now there's a piece of horseflesh for you, Ruthard. Not like that nag of yours.
What the hell do you feed it with? It looks more like a damn bull.
Sir! Sir! There's some horsemen right out front of the fortress.
Ah, that's Peter of Pisac. Wouldn't come to the council, but he is coming happily to this celebration, you old fox.
Come on in, sir. There's wine aplenty.
Hey! Hey! Intruders! Enemies at the gates!
Seize the nobles! Kill the rest!
Tai.
Just look at him.
But you can hardly stand straight, Martin.
Bullocks.
May I interview? One of all up.
I'm right.
Now,
My friend, you vouch for me.
you in need of something.
I'd like to drink a toast with you to our joint success. As they sow to touching. Come now.
I never have.
Truly.
Well, maybe once. The older I get, the worse it is. Give me.
See now. Only there's nothing to drink. Fuck.
I've got a tongue like a slice of weak old bread after.
Well,
his lordship is so unsteady on his legs.
To hell with that keg slop. I had my eye on him all evening. He had pitchers brought and left the rest of us to drink cheap dregs. Try and find.
You can bet on it. I've got a.
I don't doubt it.
Not sure. Were we? About the girls? Or the piglet?
But you're right about Sigismund.
He's going.
He's gone.
Other end, maybe an old...
Let's drink to that.
But when it comes to affairs of state, he splashes out like there's no tomorrow.
The roast is calling out to me, begging to be eaten.
Run out when you started retching?
No.
Everyone's being too hopeful.
That the name Bucephalus signifies higher value?
Looking at him closely, I reckon.
It would make a lot of things easier for you.
Everybody likes a drop of white. The rat'll be good, I hope.
I wish you.
Now there's a pig.
Jesus! They're surrounding Christopher. He can't make it on his own.
Hey, fuck that. I'll hack your ass off.
Stand your ground! Smash him on the head!
You fucker!
You think you can scare me? Bash him on the chest! Bash him on the head! Shoot!
Anjing, Henry dateng. Oh, I wish you the best of all this world could give.
Ka! Ka! Ka!
Oh, good strike. Oh, good. Strike.
Sergut anjing.
Go! Whoa! Whoa!
Nggak bisa minum. You can save while in combat. Apa sih anjing?
Get blood, yeah!
Now you're finished. You horse-son! Kill him!
Take that, you shit! He's had it.
What now, fucker?
That was a close shot.
A little too close. Did my eyes deceive me?
Godwin.
How?
Damn. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you.
Is everyone all right?
Well, some are. They captured Odorin, Kunstad and Rutard. And they took Alder and Kunrad. They wanted to slay the rest.
What about my father? They left with Jobst long before that. But...
Where did they go?
They've got to raise an army for us.
So we have a plan to counter... But, as you can see, our allies are getting scarce. We should...
Oh, gladly. Be so kind.
What happened, Godwin?
Anna of Waldstein. She didn't stand a chance.
She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong...
And they almost killed... But only almost.
What do you mean, almost?
I got there in time to help him, fortunately. Christopher tried to defend her father, but nearly...
Old grievances aside, Odorin is an ally. The same as Ruth.
Oh, they all have their quirks. Cousin Botchek's a money-grabbing magpie. But I wouldn't give up on the... We'll have to wait for the other side's move anyway. We don't need...
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you. But von Berg...
You knew he was coming.
Markvart bragged about it, and Sigismund promised to make him Lord of Rab.
When he sees what von Bergau did with it, he'll shit himself.
You find that funny? Do you like watching those foreigner dogs rampaging around and Who else has to die before we do something?
Tell us about it. We were neck deep in corpses before you...
Well, not you.
Fuck you, Jan. I'd trade places with you in a heart.
We've lost a lot of allies. We'll have trouble finding new ones. They'll be afraid to even peep again.
Well, are you surprised? Look around.
You want to give up? Nobody said anything. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, then we'll hide in the Devil's Den and wait for you.
If I survive the journey... Oh, God's teeth. That...
And what am I supposed to do? You've done enough.
And I'm sure Liechtenstein can't wait to find out what was discussed at the...
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to... That is, he ordered it. Fuck! Liechtenstein's got his people there!
The city rabbi is sitting upstairs in the hall.
They're our allies. We have to help them.
What do you mean by we? Everyone here is lucky to be still breathing. I can just see them all jumping to their feet and rush. Maybe Samuel will figure something out.
He's here too?
Aye, escorting the rabbi. You should go and see them as soon as...
Anyway, we've got work to...
Give me a moment. Guard the walls until morning. If anyone shows up, I want to know about it. I'll be with Christopher.
Punishing them like this.
God's punishment or not.
Mats! No. I shouldn't leave now.
Sini bego. Oh, rabos di sini. Aduh anjing. Nggak penting lah ya, udah ngambil-ngambil ini udah nggak penting lagi anjing. Ngeberatin doang, Cok. Ambil yang penting aja anjing.
Maybe he'll come back.
Or maybe the crows are eating us already.
Poor dirty.
Well, at least it was over quickly. So, God's punishment or not, brought it upon themselves. He's as greedy as a pig. Inek is... well, no.
Leave it alone, the two of you. Now we're in it.
Poor animal. Handsome, young, sturdy.
Well, at least it was over quickly. Though, you almost took Hinek of Kunstad.
Damn. That dry devil is as tough as old boots. If a horse fell on me, I wouldn't get up again.
They didn't even spare the animals.
My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 like him.
What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire.
Maybe he survived.
Dia mat anjing.
Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already.
Spare the animals.
My Tempest lost his life. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 like him. What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire.
Maybe he survived. Maybe he'll come back.
Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already.
Poor animal. Handsome, young, sturdy.
Well, at least it was over quick. Though, you almost took Hinek of Kunstad.
That dry devil is as tough as old boots. If a horse fell on me, I wouldn't get up again.
They didn't even spare the animals.
My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 lightning. What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire.
Maybe he survived. Maybe he'll come back.
Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already.
They didn't even spare the animal. My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 lightning. What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire. Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already.
Poor handsome, young, sturdy.
Well,
That dry devil is as tough as old boots. If a horse fell on me, I wouldn't get up again.
One Constaff captured, the other almost crushed. What have they done that the Lord is punishing them like this?
God's punishment or not, he brought them on themselves.
Leave it alone. Now we're in it anyway.
Punishing them like this.
God's punishment or not.
Panjang banget.
Jobs finds out about this.
Leave it alone. The two of you. Now we're in it anyway.
My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 lightning. What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire.
Maybe he survived. Maybe he'll come back.
Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already.
Poor animal. Handsome, young, sturdy.
Well, at least it was over quick. Though, he almost took me.
That dry devil.
What will happen to his lordship now?
If a horse fell on me, I wouldn't get up again.
Didn't even spare the animal.
Yes. The best thing we can do is to keep doing our work. What if the old lord doesn't come back? Then we'll have a young one. He's not a little boy anymore. Soon he'll get married and have a bunch of children.
We can only hope. Good doggy. Good boy.
Matilda of Slaviated sama Anna of Wallstein. Itu anjing Anna of Wallstein mati anjing.
What will happen to his lordship now? Yes. The best thing we can do
Jobs finds out about this. Jobs finds out about this. Jobs finds out about this.
This is a nightmare. Good to see you both.
Oh, come on. You know, I've walked out of much worse scrape.
They could well have killed us.
If it hadn't been for you, Henry, Von Berg...
Even a man like you can't know everything.
Well, not all of it. They killed Lady Anna of Volstein, and many other And they captured our closest and most... Without them, we can hardly get the burghers on our side.
We can't give up now. It would only show
Exactly. This is a test, and an opportunity to show that we stand by our...
You're right.
When I drink too... Nevertheless, I have to admit it can't...
Actually, at Sigismund's council, an order was given to...
Gods, we need to get back to the city and warn... I'm going with you. Out of the question. You'll be more useful if you stay here and help Henry. Tell Samuel and the rabbi to get ready to travel. I'll try...
What happened when von Berghoff hauled you off after the...
It was a dreadful journey. Jesus, it was a bit better in Malashov.
Did anything happen?
No, but it took ages to get to Malashov. 4 or 5 days in that god-awful... I was traveling with von Owlet's minions. They hauled me in one of... They treated my wounds a bit, but I was still in a really bad way.
What did they do with you in Malashov?
Nothing much. They took care of my wounds, and then stuck me in a room with... But they treated me decently, as befits a noble. Von Berghoff came asking questions a couple of times. But that... Only I almost went mad from being cramped in that damned room. It's a good...
Well, what was the problem with...
That I couldn't get out of there. You saw yourself when you came... I was... It's just that since Nabokov, when they shot the tower right down on my head and I was stuck there... Well, since... Actually, I never did. I always preferred to be outdoors. But I had a feeling the roof would fall on my head again and I'd be buried...
I understand. It's a bit awkward for you that the...
That's a fact. Once I get my hands on my estates, I'll build a new castle that only has huge rooms and lots of space. And above all, no...
Great. I'm really looking forward to this new
You can be the castellan or something. Don't worry, I'll even have a forge built so you feel right...
They didn't let you out at all? But you were in that...
No. They let us walk around the fortress a bit. We even went out for a ride twice, but they watched us like hawks. But most of the time we were in that... Like I say, I'm really glad you got...
What did von Berghoff want?
Just the usual courtesies. The captivity of nobles has to observe certain formalities, you know? It's not like they could just throw... They behaved fairly respectfully, but of course he was fishing about Radzig and Hanush, and especially Jobst. What they're planning, how many men they have on the field, who else they're negotiating.
And what did you tell him?
Nothing that he didn't already know. I played as dumb as the village idiot. I only told him they sent us with that message, and discussed the rest when...
And did he swallow it?
I think he suspected I was bluffing a bit. And then he tried to loosen my tongue by letting me go hungry for a while. But he soon gave up when he saw he was getting nothing more from...
My word. But the main thing is, you're alive and kicking.
Indeed.
What do you make of this Brabant?
He's unquestionably a remarkable knight. He rambles on a lot, though. My head nearly burst listening to him, although it was better than being stuck there alone. Otherwise, he seems to me like a bold, if a little obsessed with...
I agree. And he's got a score to settle with Sigismund.
He certainly had.
What are you...
That's...
You're not.
I gave Jobs...
You don't...
Trusting and the back. They can't...
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire. Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already. One got captured, the other off crushed. What have they done that the Lord is punishing them like this?
God's punishment or not, brought upon themselves. He is a pig. And Ineg is... Well, you know.
Leave it alone, the two of you. Now we're in it with them anyway.
My Tempest lost his life.
We'll get married and have a bunch of children.
We can only hope.
I'd like to learn from...
Not now. Let's... Look, I can't...
Si anjing.
Sir Vaculin, you've had an exciting...
Bien sûr. Your interest is great.
Where does the name Brabant...
That is simple. My compatriots call me that because one day I shall tell you about my place of birth. But I am sure you would long to hear, or would you rather hear how I saved the...
Arezzo sounds interesting.
And so it was. That is where I earned my knighthood from the great Enguerrand de Concy himself. The commander Enguerrand arranged his forces for battle, and I was put in charge of one of... Out of nowhere, the enemy appeared on our unprotected flank, and Enguerrand set me to hold them back, so our main force could regroup. But I saw a gap in the enemy's main phalanx. I sounded the charge.
Wasn't that rather risky?
Un chevalier français, fierce.
I reckon King Sigismund would think otherwise.
That was complete. Alors, I caught them by surprise. I hacked my way to their standard and broke through all the way to the enemy's. My attack sowed confusions in the enemy's ranks that encouraged the overlords who raced to join me, scattering everything. And that is how we won the famous victory at Arezzo. Seeing that the force that was supposed to protect them had been routed. The city then surrendered. No doubt you had no inkling at Maleshov what a knight you had the honor to meet. And of course my feats on the field of battle do not...
A bold maneuver.
Quite right. Courage, just as Monsieur Chapon says, audantes fortuna juva. That day I was the bravest of them all, and...
So, you disobeyed your commander, and left... Your attack could have ended in a total fiasco. You were lucky the others came to your assistance, and your entire force didn't...
I hear thee speaking, but you are still wet behind the ears. In short, I saw an opportunity and took it. Moments like that can decide and...
What did your commander have to say?
He made me a knight and sent me to the royal court to inform the sovereign of our...
I reckon he wanted to get you out of his...
Do not talk nonsense.
What other feats have you performed?
Oh, many, mon ami. For one battle does not... It would take a week to recount them all, so... I will just tell you about my... On the Italian field, we faced John Hawkwood, a ruthless Englishman, and a fierce surrounded, we were at his mercy. Night fell, and we knew he would attack at dawn, and that... But just then, Providence...
Well, don't keep me on tenterhooks.
And observed, I mounted my horse and set off to find help. And, La Dame Chance was exceedingly kind to me. As I rode away, by chance, I stepped it off of... Thinking we were trying to break through. Les Anglais, but while the English were occupied with Myceli, I saved many men from certain death that night, and many lords from the disgrace of capture. Needless to say, I was generously rewarded.
That is indeed. But you were just trying to flee.
I wanted to break Rion, but as I say, I merely follow Providence. And she guides my steps. From triumph to... Stick close to me, Henri. On the...
How did you save the...
With Providence as my guide, I came to the court from the field of battle to bring news of... Because, and Remember this. The bearer of good news is always... But the king was in a bad mood and, maybe I thought the news of our victory will dispel his heel.
How could you tell him if he didn't want to be disturbed?
I climbed up to his balcony into his chambers to surprise him. And lo and behold, the king was writhing and gasping on the floor. Overcome by one, wasting not a moment, I dashed over to him and unblocked his throat. Then in return, the king bestowed on me the title of a chanson, or cupbearer, and other generous gifts. Unfortunately, though, even the king's favor does not last forever, and mine...
What happened at court that led to you?
Well, perhaps I shall tell you some other time. Would you not rather hear?
Tell me what happened at court that caused you to lose.
A major setback and a gross injustice, mon ami. It is an unhappy memory.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. We can all learn from our failures. And I bet even...
Oui. I suffered a combination of misfortunes all at once. But bad luck in business.
Luckery and Cargouche?
En aucun cas. Jacques Le Gris. There's two great knights were in a legal dispute over an estate. But above all, when de Carouge was on a campaign, Le Gris, she claimed that he had raped her, while he said he had seduced him. And because everyone swore to their own truth on the Bible, the matter had to be set. First, they jousted. Then they fought, and Le Gris thought victory was in his grasp. But de Carouge suddenly pounced on him, wrested him to the ground, and beat him so terribly that he knocked off his helmet. Even so, Le Gris refused to admit his guilt, and de Carouge drove a dagger. And if you promise not to tell, I will let you...
Tell me the secret.
Bien. As I say, de Carouge killed Le Gris with a dagger. And I found that dagger in the mud after a blessed blade, an instrument of divine justice. The dagger that ended the last trial by combat France ever witnessed. So, I had several copies made and sold them to rich friends. That is how I first came into wealth. And I used the coin to buy the horse and armor I needed to set off in pursuit.
Ah, that was a good idea.
You still have a lot to learn, mon ami. But you're young, you have plenty of time. It was one of the greatest things I ever saw, and I have seen a lot. Half of France came to watch, including the king himself, who then banned trial by combat. I later told the story to anyone who was interested. One of my listeners, a certain... I could have written it myself, of course, but I am...
You were in business?
Of course. I come from Brabant province. Home to my birthplace gave me an unrivaled nose for coin and the reputation of a financial expert. I was nicknamed the Seer of Louvain. That is, until I persuaded an important nobleman to invest a large sum in all the ships he bought sank in a tempest. He had to sell off part of his estate. Of course, he wrongly blamed me for everything and turned many influential courtiers against. But my advice was sound. He was simply punished by God for fornicating with every wench from the Pyrenees to Brittany, bragging about it and thus bringing shame on his gentle. I told him as much, but some people never admit their mistakes, and...
A sea voyage from France to Africa? You must have known that was...
A risk, perhaps. But think of the fortune to... A man must think big if he wants to achieve great...
Big ideas often lead to storms, pirates, sea monsters, uncharted waters. You should have tried the Baltic trade route.
You are right. That would have... But that is under Hanseatic control and Africa, mon ami, that is the land of opportunity. The Arabs sell to the Portuguese via Ceuta, and they sell. Just imagine selling further and trading directly with African kings. Cutting out all. Remember this, because one day I will be.
What was the hunting incident?
We were out in the royal hunting grounds when I caught sight of a. There had long been rumors about it, so imagine the prestige. I set off after it, pierced its flank with arrows, and unleashed the hounds to. When I arrived, it turned out that my aunt had not killed a stag, but the horse of a lady, a court favorite of the queen's. I fell out of her favor, and all the.
That could happen to anyone.
Quite right. I'm glad you are sensible. A misfortune like that, which could indeed happen to anyone, would make lesser men, but the other lords were afraid I would outshine them, so they were waiting for a chance to get rid of me.
Tell me about Brabant province.
Quite far. From Bohemia, you would go to Bamberg and then follow the river Main until it joins. Then you sail down the Rhone until it reaches the sea. And there, between the river and La Flandre, you will find Brabant, with its Anvers, Bruxelles, Louvain, and many others. But those three cities are the equal of Paris, Rome, or your Prague. Both the Dukes of Burgundy and the Imperial Princes would like to annex our land to theirs, because its flourishing trade has made it. But like everywhere else, you can only come into wealth by birth or by enterprise. Which...
How did you end up here?
Leaving the court with a modest sum, I launched to visit faraway lands. I traveled a lot, spending time in various countries, and when I learned that l'Empereur Charles, that great friend of France, had built the magnificent city of Prague in Bohème, I had...
So people in foreign countries speak highly?
Bien sûr! It was abroad that I heard of King Wenceslas' Silver City and its reputation. I bought the abandoned Miskowitz estates and shares in the... And for a time I settled here to provide for myself and wait for King Wenceslas, but even here fate did not let me be. When Sigismund brought his army to the city, I appointed myself to lead its defense. For how better to make King Wenceslas aware of me than by saving his victory was assured, but the burghers had other ideas. The city wasn't that over to the stripped of my possessions. I languished in captivity, until fate again stepped in by sending you.
Sir Vaclin, I'm surprised how well you speak our language.
Where do you think? Here, of course. Ce n'était même pas difficile. Perhaps I have already mentioned that I am guided by Providence? She endowed me with many talents, mastery of language among them. I can communicate almost everywhere in a word, and learn every new tongue. I now speak French, German, Italian, Latin, Hungarian, and Czech. Some English, though that is only a necessary evil.
Thanks for sharing your stories with me, Sir Vaclin. What do you think of our
Well, I cannot say I expected to end up in this kind of company. I am more used to royal... But a man must accept his destiny.
What do you think is just...
Le Chevalier Jan? Well, he's not doing badly for a minor nobleman, but I think he will never be... That takes a lot more. Mark my words.
I can't get Catherine out of my head. I'm sure you have more experience of love than me. What do you make of her?
Ah, you're right. I am a connoisseur, but for my tastes, Mademoiselle Catherine is of somewhat age vintage. Though, I have to admit she's a fool.
That's not really what I meant.
Là est la question. I had the feeling something terrible happened to her.
So do I.
I have no idea. But she's fond of you, if you ask me. Try asking.
Oh, come on.
I am a good judge of people.
What do you think of Sir Hinnet?
Ah, le diable sec. A capable chevalier. But I do not trust him very easily.
You think so?
My instinct rarely let...
How do you get on with Janosch and...
Oh, those two. Once in Kuttenberg, I also had a servant who pretended not to understand me and thought I did not understand him. But he was wrong. There's no...
How do you get on with...
Oh, young Lord Chapon may be inexperienced and hot-headed at times, but he's the one of the few here who knows how to play chess. Needless to say, he has not managed. Godwin and Jiska can also play. And that devil in press clothing bit me. Merde.
Have you met Godwin?
The priest who is very skilled with a sword. Priests should not be such good swordsmen. But in addition, he can play chess just as well as he would. And in drinking wine, he beats even the best Frenchmen. A man of talents.
What do you think of Kubi?
A good warrior. But he has no morals and no...
I don't think he cares much.
And that is just the problem. How can you trust a man who does not want to...
About this merry... Tell me, how did this...
Ah, mon ami, poorly, but what could I do? After all, I had to live up to my reputation. And at the time, it did not look up. I thought it would be enough to stall Sigismund for a while before the Allied army arrived. And that would not...
Only no our...
Précisément. The hope for a swift end melted away. And the courage who fought in 5 countries, was relieved of command, arrested, and handed over...
What other countries have you fought?
In Italy, against the English, here of course. And I will tell you, in the meantime, however, I can pass on some of my experience to you. After all, I am not getting any younger, so it is time to pass my...
I'd like to learn.
Unfortunately, I cannot right now.
I'd like to...
Unfortunately...
About...
This is a nightmare. His father comes back soon. Yes. The best thing we can do is to keep doing our work.
What if the old lord doesn't come back?
The dead are scattered outside. There are crows circling overhead. The tower is still smoking.
Maybe someone gave us away.
Who? Shouted even louder.
But he was
I
here.
don't think they heard you in the courtyard. Pull yourselves together, damn it. And prove that this alliance...
Malah nggak ada pintunya si anjing.
Right? He should. He was covered in blood, but most of it probably wasn't his.
Anjing, di sini tadi ada yang ngeos anjing, bangsat. Yo anjing, Christopher orderin mati anjing.
Otherwise, Rabosh would be left without a law. No one knows where they took order from the other side. Don't mourn. Sir Christopher came under. Right? Should. He was covered in blood, most.
Tadi ada yang ngeos anjing di situ bangsat. Ganggu permainan anjing sumpah. Developernya babi anjing. Pull out your skirt katanya. Nih di sini nih. Di sini anjing.
He should. He was covered in blood, but most of it probably wasn't his.
Thank God for small mercies. Otherwise, Trabosh would be left without a horse. No one knows where they've been ordered.
Sam, I need to have a word.
Just tell him. You may...
I talked to Godwin.
What did you talk about?
We talked about your stepfather.
Why?
It's true, I did not. Remember how I stared at your sword when we first met? Well, the thing is, I am Martin's son.
What? Pa's son? How did...
Yes, his son. That is, his bastard son.
Why are you even telling me?
I thought you would want to know. Martin was raising you instead of being with Mother. And me.
I know what it's like. My real father...
You know, all my life, I thought if I did not give a shit about that man, it would be easier. But now that I know I will never see him, it troubles me that I did not get to know him.
I can tell you about him if you want. This is not the end. We have to go to Sigismund or the confiscation of the property of people in the Jewish quarter.
The king has approved...
He's no king to me. He's a fucking
What's a...
That is hard.
Nonsense. It is as clear Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses and divide... And all that with the king's...
This is what we were afraid of. But we did not expect Sigismund to be in such a hurry. We need to get back into the city and get the people. Will you come with us, Henry?
I'll come. And Liechtenstein already knows about...
Very well.
I'll be back soon.
Hurry up.
We can go.
Thank God you're all right. On the way here, I saw Sigismund horsemen.
Kubienka?
Well, I heard you were having some kind of a feast here, so I came, and I see instead of that, you have a...
Well, the real massacre is yet to come if we don't do something fast. We have to get... Can we borrow the wagon you were...
But of course. I borrowed it too. if you know what I mean, but,
Could you stop blabbering already?
Easy, Ingele. And you, sir, if you can.
All right. But could you please tell me what the fuck?
I'll explain to you on the way.
Are you coming to...
Of course. Well, do you think that's a good idea? No offense.
I'm not. But I'm not just going to...
All right, then.
In case something happens, kita bisa di depan.
Peresh, can we go any faster?
Settle down, son. If you must keep your tongue busy, then use it to pray.
Would you tell me what the fuck is going on already?
Sigismund ordered an attack on the Jewish quarter. We need to get everyone out of there fast.
Bloody hell. I just got ailed up so nicely today.
Oh, that is just great. My mother's life is in the hands of a drunkard.
Don't worry. We'll save your mother.
And everyone else too. Don't forget that.
You seem to care an awful lot about these people, sir.
Are you surprised? It's all my fault. If they weren't helping me...
That droid of Sigismund, may his name be erased, would have found some other excuse to get rid of us.
Look, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but don't you think maybe we could make the horses go a little faster? At this pace, we won't make it there in a week.
Samuel, how... What was the story with your mother and Martin?
Do you really want to talk about this right now?
Well, it may be the last chance we get. We could both be dead in a while.
All right. But like I said, I never actually knew Martin. He once came to Kuttenberg and fell in love with my mother. But she is the daughter of a rabbi. Obviously, she could not marry a goy.
And tonight, you will see why.
If you want, Mummy will surely tell you more. If we can get there in time.
Then we better hurry up.
All right. Schnell! Schnell!
Seberapa jauh sih?
With the tool, can't we really go any faster?
Just hold on tight back there.
What's the matter? Why are...
We will walk from here. We cannot drive right...
But how do we get in?
We will go through...
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town.
Won't it collapse on our heads?
We'll find out.
Follow me.
What a blessing it is to have found the passageway.
Killed our savior.
What did you just say?
Nothing, I'm just blabbering.
I dare you to say that again. Loud and clear.
You know what, sir? Just ignore me and be glad I'm here. And you up front, pick it up a little, Kurva. My arse is getting numb.
Kenapa follow mereka lama banget anjir? Mereka ada ngobrol. Si anjing emang harus nunggu mereka. Cepet, Cok. Lama banget anjing. Mana lagi? Kanan apa kiri nih? Cing bro, nggak kepake juga bro, babi, nggak kepake anjing, lemot kita jadinya.
This trapdoor should be closed, shouldn't it? Maybe I better go and take a look upstairs to make sure there's nothing going on there.
Guys, udah malam guys, gue udah capek. Oke, thank you yang udah nonton. Sampai besok lagi. See you when I see you. Bye.
What a blessing it is to have found the passageway.
Udah. Udah. Oke, thank you guys yang nonton. Bye. Bye.